A family vanished on Christmas Eve, 1945. 20 years later, a photograph revealed they were alive. Chapter 1. The Last Christmas. The snow fell heavy over Montpelier, Vermont on December 24, 1945. Robert Caldwell stood at the window of his farmhouse, watching the white blanket cover the surrounding fields. At 42 years old, he had built a respectable life here, a 200-acre farm, a sturdy home, and a family that was the pride of Addison County. His wife, Margaret, 38, was in the kitchen preparing the traditional Christmas Eve dinner. The aroma of roasted turkey and fresh-baked bread filled every room. Their 4 children were scattered throughout the house in various states of excitement. Thomas, the eldest at 16, was chopping firewood behind the barn. Sarah, 14, helped her mother with the cooking, her auburn hair tied back with a red ribbon. The twins, Michael and Elizabeth, both 12 years old, were upstairs wrapping last-minute gifts with newspaper and twine. The Caldwells were known throughout the community as a hard-working, God-fearing family. Robert had served briefly in the First World War and returned to take over his father's farm. Margaret came from a prominent family in Burlington. They attended the Methodist Church every Sunday without fail. Their children excelled in school. Nothing about them suggested anything but ordinary American prosperity. That evening, neighbors would later recall, the Caldwell house glowed with warm lamplight. At approximately 6 o'clock in the evening, Margaret was seen waving to Clara Jenkins, who lived on the adjacent property. Clara was returning from town with her own Christmas supplies. She remembered Margaret smiling, remembered the children visible through the windows. Everything appeared perfectly normal. At 7:30 that evening, Reverend Harold Mitchell arrived at the Caldwell home for a brief blessing before Christmas services. This was an annual tradition. He knocked on the front door. No answer. He knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. He walked around the house, peering through windows. The lamps were still lit. The fire in the hearth was burning. On the kitchen table, he could see the dinner plates set out, food partially served. But there was no sign of any person. Concerned, Reverend Mitchell tried the door. It was unlocked. He stepped inside, calling out. The house was warm, the air still carrying the scent of the evening meal. In the living room, wrapped presents sat beneath a decorated spruce tree. Coats hung on their hooks by the door. In the master bedroom, he found Margaret's purse on the dresser, Robert's wallet beside it. Upstairs, the children's beds were neatly made. Nothing appeared disturbed. Nothing was missing except the people themselves. By 8 o'clock, Reverend Mitchell had contacted the county sheriff. By 9 o'clock, a search party of 20 men was combing the property with lanterns and flashlights. They searched the barn, the fields, the nearby woods. They found Thomas's axe embedded in a chopping block, his coat still hanging in the barn. They found fresh footprints in the snow leading from the house toward the road, but these disappeared where the snow had been packed down by vehicle traffic. Sheriff Douglas Ramsey, a practical man not given to wild speculation, was deeply troubled by what he found, or rather, by what he did not find. There were no signs of struggle, no blood, no broken furniture, no indication of violence whatsoever. The family had simply vanished in the middle of their Christmas Eve preparations, leaving behind everything they owned: money, clothing, documents, even Margaret's wedding ring sitting in a dish by the kitchen sink. The search continued through Christmas Day and into the following week. Volunteers from 3 counties joined the effort. They dragged the nearby creek despite the ice. They searched abandoned buildings within a 20-mile radius. The state police were called in. Photographs of the family were distributed to police departments across New England and beyond. On December 28th, Detective William Harrison from the Vermont State Police arrived to take charge of the investigation. Harrison was 51 years old, a veteran investigator with a reputation for solving difficult cases. He spent 3 days at the Caldwell farm, examining every detail, interviewing every neighbor and acquaintance. His initial report noted several peculiarities. First, the family's car was still in the garage. Second, Robert Caldwell's bank account showed a balance of $3,200, a substantial sum that remained untouched. Third, There was absolutely no history of family problems, financial troubles, or any motive for voluntary disappearance. Fourth, and most puzzling, the timing suggested something sudden and unexpected. The family had been in the middle of dinner preparation when they vanished. Harrison interviewed Clara Jenkins multiple times. She insisted that everything had appeared normal when she saw Margaret that evening. He spoke with Thomas's school teachers, who described a responsible young man planning to attend the University of Vermont in the fall. Sarah's friends knew nothing unusual. The twins' teacher reported they had been excited about Christmas and talking about the presents they hoped to receive. One detail caught Harrison's attention during his interviews. Robert Caldwell had traveled to Boston 3 times in the past 6 months. This was unusual for a farmer with limited reason to visit the city. When Harrison inquired about these trips, he found that Robert had told different people different things. To some neighbors, he said he was visiting a sick relative. To others, he mentioned agricultural business. To his brother-in-law, he claimed he was consulting with a lawyer about property matters. Harrison traveled to Boston and spent a week attempting to trace Robert's movements there. He discovered that Robert had stayed at the Parkman House Hotel during each visit. The hotel staff remembered him as quiet and reserved. He had received visitors in the lobby on at least 2 occasions, men in suits whom staff could not identify. Robert had made several telephone calls from the hotel, but records of the numbers had not been kept. This was the only lead Harrison could develop, and it led nowhere concrete. By February of 1946, the investigation had stalled. The case remained open, but active searching ceased. The Caldwell farm stood empty, eventually falling into disrepair. The family's possessions were placed in storage by the county. Officially, the case was classified as a missing persons investigation, with no evidence of foul play and no evidence of voluntary disappearance. The mystery became a local legend. For years afterward, people in Montpelier would speculate about what had happened to the Caldwells. Some believed they had been murdered and their bodies hidden. Others thought Robert had gotten involved in something criminal and fled with his family. A few believed they had witnessed something terrible and were silenced. But as the years passed, and no bodies were ever found, no ransom demands made, no further evidence discovered, the case faded from public consciousness. By the mid-1950s, most people had stopped talking about it altogether. Detective Harrison retired in 1958. He had worked dozens of cases during his career, but the Caldwell disappearance haunted him. He kept the case file in his home office, reviewing it periodically, hoping for some new insight that never came. He knew he would die without solving it. The farmhouse was eventually sold at auction in 1962. A young couple from New York bought it, planning to renovate it as a vacation property. They found the place unsettling and sold it within 2 years. The second owners had better luck and made it their permanent residence, though they too spoke of an eerie atmosphere, a sense that the house remembered something terrible. By 1965, 20 years after the disappearance, Robert Caldwell would have been 62 years old. Margaret would have been 58. Thomas would have been 36. Sarah 34, and the twins 32. If they were alive, they would be middle-aged adults now, possibly with families of their own. But no one seriously believed they were alive. 20 years without a single trace, without a single sighting or communication, suggested only one realistic conclusion. The entire family had died on Christmas Eve 1945, and their bodies had never been found. This was what nearly everyone believed. This was what made sense. But they were wrong. Chapter 2. The Photograph. Clara Jenkins was 78 years old in December of 1965. She still lived on the farm adjacent to the old Caldwell property, though she had long since stopped working the land herself. She rented the acreage to a younger farmer and lived alone in the small house where she had spent her entire life. Her husband had died in 1959, her children had moved away, and she spent most of her days reading, listening to the radio, and reminiscing about earlier times. On December 15th, 1965, Clara collected her mail from the rural delivery box at the end of her driveway. Among the usual bills and advertisements was a large envelope with no return address. The postmark was from New York City, dated December 10th. Clara brought it inside and opened it with her kitchen knife. Inside was a Christmas card and a photograph. The card was a standard religious design showing the nativity scene. Printed inside were the words, "Peace on earth, goodwill toward men." Below this, written in neat block letters with a blue pen, was a simple message: "We are well. We are safe. Please do not search for us. We can never come back. God bless you for your kindness all those years ago." It was not signed. Clara stared at the message, confused. Then she looked at the photograph. It was a color Polaroid picture, slightly faded but clear enough. It showed 6 people standing in front of a small white house with green shutters. Behind them was a desert landscape, flat, arid, with scrub brush and distant mountains. The sky was intensely blue. In the center of the photograph stood a man and woman, both appearing to be in their 60s. The man was tall and lean, with gray hair and a weathered face. The woman was shorter, plump, with white hair pulled back in a bun. To their left stood a younger man, perhaps in his mid-30s, with dark hair and a serious expression. Beside him was a woman of similar age with auburn hair. To the right of the older couple stood a man and woman who could have been twins, both blonde and blue-eyed, both appearing to be in their early 30s. Clara's hands began to shake. She carried the photograph to the window where the light was better. She found her reading glasses and examined every face carefully. The older man had the same set to his jaw as Robert Caldwell, the same shape to his nose. The older woman had Margaret's eyes, unmistakable even after 20 years. The young man with dark hair had Thomas's height and build. The auburn-haired woman could only be Sarah. And the blonde twins were absolutely, unquestionably Michael and Elizabeth. The Caldwell family was alive. Clara sat down heavily in her kitchen chair, her heart pounding. For several minutes she simply stared at the photograph, trying to process what she was seeing. Then she read the message again. "Please do not search for us. We can never come back." Her first instinct was to call the police immediately. This was evidence in a 20-year-old missing persons case, but something made her hesitate. The message specifically asked not to be searched for. These people, if they truly were the Caldwells, had chosen to disappear. They had chosen to stay, disappeared. They were sending this card as proof of life, nothing more. But Clara was 78 years old, and not given to keeping momentous secrets. By that evening, she had called her daughter in Burlington. By the next morning, her daughter had contacted the Vermont State Police. By noon on December 16th, the photograph and card were in the hands of investigators. By December 17th, the story had broken in the local newspapers. By December 20th, it was national news. The photograph was examined by forensic experts. The image quality was consistent with a Polaroid camera from the early 1960s. The paper and ink of the Christmas card were standard commercial products available anywhere. The handwriting on the card yielded no identifying characteristics, block printing specifically designed to be anonymous. The postmark from New York City was authentic, but provided no useful information. New York was a massive transit hub where anyone could mail anything. The critical question was whether the people in the photograph were actually the Caldwells. The image quality was good, but not perfect. Comparing it to photographs from 1945 was difficult because 20 years of aging changed faces significantly. The Vermont State Police sent the photograph to the FBI for analysis. On January 8, 1966, the FBI's Photographic Analysis Division issued their report. Using available photographs of the Caldwell family from 1945 and accounting for natural aging processes, they concluded with reasonable confidence that the 6 individuals in the Polaroid photograph were indeed Robert, Margaret, Thomas, Sarah, Michael, and Elizabeth Caldwell. Specific markers included facial structure, ear shape, distinctive features such as a mole on Robert's left cheek, and a small scar on Sarah's forehead from a childhood accident. The report created a sensation. A family that had vanished without a trace 20 years ago was alive. They had aged, they had survived, and they had deliberately remained hidden all this time. The question that consumed public interest was simple. Why? Detective William Harrison, now 73 years old and long retired, was contacted by investigators. He reviewed the photograph and the card. He agreed that the people appeared to be the Caldwells, and he offered a theory that he had never been able to prove 2 decades earlier. Robert Caldwell was in witness protection, Harrison said. I could never confirm it, but it's the only explanation that makes sense. Chapter 3. The truth emerges. Harrison's theory seemed impossible at first. The Federal Witness Protection Program would not be officially established until 1970, 25 years after the Caldwell disappearance. But as investigators dug deeper, they discovered that informal witness protection arrangements had existed for decades before the program was formalized. The Department of Justice had been relocating witnesses and informants since at least the 1920s, usually in cases involving organized crime. The FBI initially refused to comment on the Caldwell case, but pressure from the media and from Vermont's congressional delegation eventually forced some disclosure. On February 3, 1966, the Department of Justice released a carefully worded statement. Records indicate that in December 1945, a family from Vermont was relocated under emergency circumstances to an undisclosed location for their protection. This relocation was conducted by federal authorities in connection with testimony provided regarding organized criminal activities. The family's cooperation resulted in successful prosecutions. They were given new identities and have lived under protection since that time. Due to ongoing security concerns, no further information can be provided, and we respectfully request that media organizations and private citizens refrain from attempting to locate these individuals. The statement confirmed what many had suspected. The Caldwells had not vanished mysteriously. They had been taken by the federal government and hidden. But this confirmation only generated more questions. What had Robert Caldwell witnessed or testified about? What prosecutions had resulted? Why was the entire family, including 4 children, forced to disappear? Investigators began examining federal court cases from late 1945 and early 1946, looking for trials that might connect to the Caldwells. They found a promising lead in Boston. In January of 1946, 3 men were tried in federal court in Boston on charges of racketeering, extortion, and conspiracy to commit murder. The defendants were Joseph Marconi, Frank DeLuca, and Angelo Rossi, all associates of the Patriarca crime family, which controlled organized crime throughout New England. The prosecution's case relied heavily on testimony from confidential witnesses whose identities were protected by the court. Contemporary newspaper accounts of the trial mentioned that one key witness had provided detailed information about criminal meetings, financial transactions, and planned violence. This witness was never named. The testimony was presented through sealed affidavits and closed-door sessions. All 3 defendants were convicted and received lengthy prison sentences. Could Robert Caldwell have been that witness? A retired FBI agent named Martin Blake, who had worked organized crime cases in Boston during the 1940s, was interviewed by reporters in March of 1966. Blake was 81 years old and suffering from heart disease. With little to lose, he spoke more candidly than active agents could. There was a case in 45 where we got lucky, Blake said. We had a civilian who accidentally witnessed a meeting between Marconi's people and some corrupt dock workers. This civilian was smart enough to write down what he saw and heard. He came to us because he knew what these men were capable of. We used his information to build our case. Blake wouldn't confirm that Robert Caldwell was this witness, but he provided details that aligned perfectly. The witness had been from Vermont, had traveled to Boston on business several times, and had been at the wrong place at the wrong time. The witness had a family. When the crime organization learned that someone had talked to the FBI, they began searching for the informant. The threat was credible and immediate. We had to move fast, Blake said. We're talking about ruthless people who would kill an entire family without hesitation. We couldn't wait until the trial. We pulled them out on Christmas Eve, gave them a few hours to pack what they could carry, and relocated them that same night. They left everything behind. Their home, their money, their entire lives. It was the only way to keep them alive. This explained the scene that Reverend Mitchell had found. Dinner partially served, lamps still burning, presents under the tree. The Caldwells had been in the middle of their Christmas Eve when federal agents arrived, told them their lives were in danger, and gave them minutes to gather essential belongings. Everything else had to be abandoned to maintain the illusion of a mysterious disappearance. If the crime family believed the witness had simply vanished without federal help, they might eventually give up the search. Further research revealed more details. In February of 1946, 2 months after the Caldwell disappearance, Joseph Marconi's younger brother Vincent was found shot to death in Providence, Rhode Island. According to FBI sources, Vincent had been killed by his own organization because Joseph believed Vincent had been the informant. This internal suspicion had likely saved the Caldwells. The crime family had looked inward for the betrayal rather than expanding their search. But the question remained, where had the Caldwells been taken? And where were they now? The photograph provided some clues. The landscape behind them was clearly desert or semi-arid terrain, not found anywhere in New England. The mountains in the background appeared to be significant peaks. Several geography experts who examined the photo suggested Arizona, New Mexico, or possibly southern Nevada. The architecture of the house, flat roof, stucco walls, was typical of southwestern construction. The FBI refused to provide any information about the family's location. The 1966 statement had made clear that security concerns remained active. Joseph Marconi had been released from prison in 1961 after serving 15 years. He was still alive and still connected to organized crime. Frank DeLuca had died in prison in 1954. Angelo Rossi had been released in 1958 and was living in Providence. Any of these men, or their associates, might still harbor grudges and might still pose a threat. Throughout the spring of 1966, reporters and private investigators attempted to trace the Caldwells. The postmark from New York City was a dead end. The card could have been mailed by anyone passing through the city. Some investigators traveled to Arizona and New Mexico, showing the photograph to residents of small towns, hoping for recognition. None of these efforts succeeded. Clara Jenkins received no further communications. She told reporters that she hoped the family was happy and safe, wherever they were. She said she understood why they had sent the photograph, to let her know they had survived, to thank her for her kindness over the years they had been neighbors, and to prevent further worry about their fate. "I just wish they could have told us at the time," she said. "We spent months searching, fearing the worst, but I understand they couldn't." Their lives depended on secrecy. By the summer of 1966, the media attention had faded. The basic story was known. The Caldwells had been witness protection. They were alive. They were hidden somewhere in America under new identities. The specific details would likely never be known. The case, which had been unsolved for 20 years, was now technically solved, but in a way that provided no closure, no reunion, no happy ending. The Caldwell farm in Vermont was sold again in 1967. The new owners, aware of the history, found it more interesting than frightening. They successfully renovated the property and lived there for decades. The house where the family had vanished on Christmas Eve, 1945, became just another old farmhouse, its dramatic history reduced to a local footnote. Detective William Harrison died in June of 1968 at the age of 75. He had lived long enough to see his theory confirmed. His obituary in the Burlington Free Press mentioned his long career and specifically noted his work on the Caldwell case, which had finally been resolved 2 years before his death. Joseph Marconi died in 1974 at the age of 78. Angelo Rossi died in 1981. With the deaths of the men who had threatened them, the danger to the Caldwell family presumably diminished. But they never came forward, never reclaimed their original identities, never returned to Vermont. Chapter 4. The Children's Story. In 1998, 33 years after the photograph arrived and 53 years after the disappearance, a woman named Elizabeth Morrison died in Tucson, Arizona at the age of 65. She had lived in Tucson for decades, working as a school librarian, married to a local accountant, mother of 3 children. She was remembered as quiet, kind, and intensely private about her past. After her death, her eldest son was going through her personal effects when he found a lockbox hidden in her bedroom closet. Inside were documents that revealed his mother's true identity, Elizabeth Caldwell, one of the twins who had vanished from Vermont on Christmas Eve, 1945. The documents included her original birth certificate, a few photographs from her childhood in Vermont, and a lengthy handwritten journal that Elizabeth had kept over the years. With permission from the rest of the family, portions of this journal were eventually shared with historians and journalists. It provided the first direct account of what had happened to the Caldwells. According to Elizabeth's journal, federal agents had arrived at the farm around 6 in the evening on December 24th, 1945. They told Robert that his identity as the witness in the Marconi case had been compromised. Associates of Marconi were actively searching for him. They had already identified him as someone who had been in Boston during the relevant period and who had subsequently contacted the FBI. It was only a matter of time, perhaps days, before they confirmed his identity and came to Vermont. The family had to leave immediately. They were allowed to pack 1 suitcase each with clothing and a few personal items. No photographs, no documents that could identify them, nothing that connected to their old lives. Margaret had been in tears. Sarah had been in shock. Thomas had been angry, demanding to know why this was happening. The twins, at 12 years old, didn't fully understand, but were terrified by their parents' fear. They were driven through the night to Boston, then flown to Chicago, then driven again to a safe house in Oklahoma. They spent Christmas Day in a bare apartment with strangers guarding them. Elizabeth wrote that she had never felt so lonely in her life. They didn't know where they were going or what would happen to them. Over the following weeks, they were processed into new identities. Robert became Richard Morrison. Margaret became Mary. Thomas became Thomas Morrison. They let him keep his first name since he responded to it instinctively. Sarah became Susan. Michael became Matthew. Elizabeth became Elizabeth Morrison, again, keeping her first name to ease the transition. They were given complete false histories. They studied their new backgrounds like students cramming for an exam. They memorized the names of schools they had supposedly attended, relatives they had supposedly visited, experiences they had supposedly lived. They were coached on how to avoid talking about the past, how to deflect questions, how to maintain consistency in their lies. In February of 1946, they were relocated to Las Cruces, New Mexico. The government had purchased a small house for them and established Richard Morrison as a hardware store employee. The children were enrolled in local schools under their new names. They were told never to contact anyone from their previous life, never to return to Vermont, never to reveal their true identities to anyone, not friends, not future spouses, not even their own future children. "We lived as ghosts," Elizabeth wrote. "We looked like living people. We went through the motions of normal life, but we weren't real. Everything about us was a lie. Every conversation required careful editing. Every friendship was built on deception. The isolation was particularly hard on the children. Thomas, at 16, had been forced to abandon his plans for college, his friends, his girlfriend. He became bitter and angry, fighting frequently with his father. Sarah withdrew into herself, becoming quiet and anxious. The twins clung to each other, creating a private world where only they knew the truth about each other. Robert worked at the hardware store for 23 years until his retirement. Margaret became a seamstress, working from home. Thomas eventually moved to Phoenix and became a mechanic. He married but never told his wife about his real past. Sarah moved to Albuquerque and worked as a secretary. She never married. Michael became a construction worker in Santa Fe. Elizabeth married and settled in Tucson. According to the journal, the family members saw each other occasionally, but were discouraged from gathering as a complete family unit. Too many people in one place might draw attention. They lived within a few 100 miles of each other, but maintained distance. They aged into middle age, and then old age carrying their secret. In 1965, Margaret had the idea to send the photograph to Clara Jenkins. She missed Vermont terribly. She wanted someone from their old life to know they had survived. Robert was reluctant. It violated the terms of their protection. But he finally agreed. They drove to New York City, took a Polaroid photo in front of a random house, bought a generic Christmas card, and mailed it with no return address. "We wanted to say goodbye properly," Elizabeth wrote. "We had left in the middle of Christmas Eve without a word to anyone. People must have thought we were dead. We wanted at least one person to know we had lived." Robert Morrison, Robert Caldwell, died in 1987 at the age of 84. Mary Morrison, Margaret Caldwell, died in 1991 at 84. Thomas died in 1993 at 63. Sarah died in 1995 at 63. Matthew Morrison, Michael Caldwell, died in 2003 at 70. Elizabeth died in 1998 at 65. None of them ever returned to Vermont. None of them ever publicly revealed their true identities during their lifetimes. They lived and died as the Morrisons, a family with no past, no roots, no history before 1946. Elizabeth's journal ended with a reflection written shortly before her death. "We survived. That was what the government promised us. Survival, and they delivered. But survival is not the same as living. We existed in a permanent state of exile from ourselves. I was Elizabeth Caldwell for 12 years, and Elizabeth Morrison for 53 years, but I never felt completely real as either person. I was always acting, always watching my words, always afraid of accidentally revealing something. The price of our physical safety was the death of our authentic selves. I don't know if it was worth it. I only know it was necessary." Chapter 5. Legacy. The discovery of Elizabeth Morrison's true identity in 1998 brought renewed attention to the Caldwell case. By this time, all of the original family members were deceased, except for Matthew Morrison, Michael Caldwell, who was still alive in Santa Fe. Journalists contacted him, requesting interviews. He declined them all. "Let my family rest," he said through a lawyer. "We did what we had to do. We sacrificed everything to help bring criminals to justice. That should be enough." Matthew died in 2003 without ever speaking publicly about his experience. With his death, the last of the original Caldwell family was gone. The descendants of the Caldwell children, Elizabeth's 3 children, Thomas's 2 children, Michael's 1 child, learned the truth about their grandparents' identity. Some found it fascinating. Others felt betrayed that they had been lied to their entire lives. A few visited Vermont to see the farmhouse where their grandparents had lived, trying to connect with a history that had been hidden from them. In 2005, a historical marker was placed near the old Caldwell farm. It read, "Near this site stood the home of the Caldwell family, who disappeared on Christmas Eve 1945, while under federal protection as witnesses against organized crime. Their courage in testifying contributed to important prosecutions. They lived the remainder of their lives under assumed identities in the American Southwest. This marker honors their sacrifice. The case has been studied extensively as an early example of witness protection and its costs. Legal scholars have debated whether the federal government had the right to essentially erase a family's identity without their informed consent. The Caldwells had no choice but to accept protection or face assassination. Psychologists have examined the trauma of enforced identity change, particularly on children. Clara Jenkins died in 1972 at the age of 85. She never received another communication from the Caldwells, but she kept the photograph and the Christmas card, and they were donated after her death to the Vermont Historical Society, where they remain on display. The photograph has become an iconic image. 6 people standing in front of a modest house under a brilliant desert sky, frozen in time, their true names unknown to their neighbors, their past erased, their future predetermined by circumstances beyond their control. They look like an ordinary family in an ordinary snapshot. Only the context reveals the extraordinary reality. These are people who died and were reborn, who lost everything to gain survival, who lived as strangers to themselves. The Caldwell case raises profound questions about identity, sacrifice, and the costs of justice. Robert Caldwell witnessed a crime and made the moral choice to report it. That choice saved him and his family from one fate, death at the hands of criminals, but condemned them to another, permanent exile from their own lives. His children paid the price for his integrity, forced into deception before they were old enough to consent. Was it worth it? Elizabeth Morrison asked this question in her journal and could not answer it. Her siblings presumably struggled with the same question. They lived long lives, raised families, contributed to their communities, but they did so as people who did not exist, with histories that were fiction, in a permanent state of alienation from their authentic selves. The photograph that arrived in December 1965 was intended as a message of reassurance. We are alive. We are well. Do not worry about us. But it also served as evidence of a profound loss. The Caldwells had survived, but the price of that survival was the annihilation of the Caldwells themselves. They became other people, lived other lives, and died as strangers would die, buried under false names, mourned by people who never knew the truth. In the end, the photograph is less a mystery solved than a testament to mysteries that can never be fully solved. What were Robert Caldwell's thoughts as he was driven away from his farm on Christmas Eve? What did Margaret feel as she left behind her wedding ring, her home, everything she had built? What dreams did Thomas abandon? What future did Sarah lose? What childhood did the twins forfeit? The answers disappeared with them into the desert, into new names, into lives lived in shadow. The photograph shows 6 people who were and were not the Caldwells, who did and did not exist, who survived, and yet in another sense did not survive at all. The old farmhouse still stands in Vermont, renovated and modernized, occupied by people who know the history, but are not haunted by it. The fields where the Caldwell children played are still farmed, still productive, still beautiful under winter snow. The Methodist church where they worshipped has a plaque listing long-ago congregation members, including the Caldwells, marked as Lost 1945, but they were not lost. They were found, hidden, transformed, and preserved. They were saved from murder, but not from erasure. They lived on, but not as themselves. And 20 years later, they sent a photograph to prove what could not be proven any other way, that it is possible to disappear completely and yet still exist, to die and yet continue living, to lose everything including your name and yet somehow remain, in some diminished form, the person you once were. The photograph is proof of survival, but it is also proof of what survival sometimes costs. Story 2. What happened to the woman who hosted a friend for Christmas? A gift under the tree revealed everything. Chapter 1. The Invitation. Linda Morrison had always been generous to a fault. At 34 years old, she lived in a comfortable suburban home in Evanston, Illinois, worked as a nurse at Evanston Hospital, and made a point of staying connected with old friends even as life grew busier. When she learned that her childhood friend Rebecca Hayes would be spending Christmas alone in 1973, Linda immediately extended an invitation. "Come stay with us," Linda had said over the phone in early December. "James will be away on business, but you and I can have our own celebration, like the old days." Rebecca had hesitated at first. She and Linda had grown up together in Springfield, Illinois, attending the same schools, sharing secrets and dreams the way young girls do. But they had drifted apart after high school. Linda had married James Morrison, a sales executive, and moved to Evanston. Rebecca had moved to Chicago, working as an administrative assistant, never quite finding the stability and happiness that Linda seemed to have achieved so effortlessly. "Are you sure?" Rebecca had asked. "I don't want to impose." "Don't be silly," Linda replied. "It'll be wonderful to catch up properly. We can cook together, watch movies, just enjoy the holiday. Please come." Rebecca accepted. They arranged that Rebecca would arrive on December 23rd and stay through December 26th. James Morrison would leave on December 22nd for a business trip to Denver and wouldn't return until the 27th. It would be just the two old friends, revisiting their past and celebrating Christmas together. Linda's sister Karen lived in Milwaukee and planned to visit on December 27th, after James returned. Linda had prepared a gift for Karen, a leather-bound journal that she knew her sister would love. She wrapped it carefully on December 20th and placed it under the tree with a card that read, "For Karen, my dearest sister, may you fill this with all your thoughts and dreams. Love, Linda." Rebecca arrived at Linda's home on the afternoon of December 23rd. She came by bus from Chicago, carrying a small suitcase and a shopping bag with wrapped presents. Linda greeted her at the door with a warm embrace. To any observer, they appeared to be exactly what they were supposed to be, two old friends reuniting for the holidays. "Your home is beautiful," Rebecca said as she stepped inside. And it was. Linda had decorated extensively for Christmas. A 7-foot spruce tree dominated the living room, covered with lights and ornaments. Garland draped the staircase. Candles and pine arrangements adorned every surface. The house smelled of cinnamon and evergreen. "Make yourself at home," Linda said, showing Rebecca to the guest bedroom upstairs. "I'm so glad you're here. I've been looking forward to this for weeks." That first evening, they cooked dinner together, drank wine, and talked for hours. Rebecca wanted to hear everything about Linda's life, her marriage, her work at the hospital, her plans for the future. Linda spoke happily about James, about their hope to start a family soon, about the vacation to Europe they were planning for next summer. "You're so lucky," Rebecca said at one point. "You have everything figured out." "Oh, I don't know about that," Linda replied. "Life is never as perfect as it looks from outside. But yes, I'm happy. What about you? Are you seeing anyone?" Rebecca's expression darkened slightly. "No, I seem to have terrible luck with men. They're either unavailable or uninterested or just wrong somehow." Linda reached across the table and squeezed her friend's hand. "The right person will come along. You're smart and beautiful. It's just a matter of time." They went to bed late that night, both slightly drunk from the wine, both feeling the warmth of renewed friendship. Linda felt satisfied that she had done a good thing by inviting Rebecca. Everyone deserved companionship during the holidays. Chapter 2, Christmas Eve, December 24th, began with snow. Linda woke early and made breakfast. Fresh coffee, pancakes, bacon. Rebecca came downstairs in her pajamas, looking tired but grateful. "You didn't have to do all this," she said. "I wanted to," Linda replied. "It's Christmas Eve. We should celebrate properly." They spent the morning watching the snow fall, listening to Christmas music on the radio, and preparing food for the next day's dinner. Linda had bought a small turkey, vegetables for roasting, ingredients for pies. They worked side by side in the kitchen, falling into an easy rhythm. Around noon, Linda received a phone call from James in Denver. Rebecca couldn't hear the full conversation, but she heard Linda's side. "Yes, everything's fine. Rebecca is here. We're having a lovely time. I miss you too. I'll see you on the 27th. Love you." After Linda hung up, there was a brief moment of silence. Rebecca was staring at the phone with an expression Linda couldn't quite read. "Everything okay?" Linda asked. "Of course," Rebecca said quickly. "I was just thinking how nice it must be to have someone who calls to check on you." In the afternoon, they walked to a nearby park despite the cold. The neighborhood was quiet, most people inside preparing for Christmas. They talked about their childhood, the teachers they'd had, the boys they'd liked, the dreams they'd shared about what they would become as adults. "Do you remember when we were 14 and we made that pact?" Rebecca asked. "We said we'd both move to California and become actresses." Linda laughed. "I remember. We were so sure we'd be famous by the time we were 25. Life doesn't turn out the way you plan," Rebecca said quietly. That evening, they attended Christmas Eve services at Linda's church. Linda was a regular attendee, though James rarely joined her. Rebecca had not been to church in years. They sat together in the pew, singing hymns, listening to the sermon about peace on earth and goodwill toward men. Linda felt genuinely content, grateful for her life, grateful for this time with an old friend. When they returned home, Linda made hot chocolate, and they sat by the Christmas tree, the lights twinkling in the darkness. Linda gave Rebecca a small gift, a silver bracelet with a delicate charm. "Merry Christmas," Linda said. "I'm so glad you're here." Rebecca seemed deeply moved, almost to the point of tears. "Thank you," she whispered. "You've always been so kind to me." They stayed up late again, talking and drinking. At some point, neither of them was sure exactly when, Linda began to feel unusually tired. She attributed it to the wine, the full day, the general exhaustion that comes with holiday preparations. "I think I need to go to bed," she said around 11 o'clock. "I can barely keep my eyes open." "Of course," Rebecca said. "You go on up. I'll clean up down here." Linda climbed the stairs to her bedroom, changed into her nightgown, and got into bed. She was asleep within minutes. Rebecca remained downstairs, sitting by the Christmas tree, her expression unreadable. After 20 minutes, she climbed the stairs quietly and listened at Linda's bedroom door. She could hear deep, steady breathing. She went to the guest bedroom, opened her suitcase, and removed a small bottle of prescription sleeping pills, pills that Linda herself had prescribed for Rebecca months ago, when Rebecca had complained of insomnia during one of their phone conversations. Rebecca returned to Linda's bedroom. Linda did not stir. Chapter 3. Christmas Morning. The morning of December 25th, 1973, began with clear skies and bright sunshine reflecting off fresh snow. The streets of Evanston were quiet. Families were inside, opening presents, cooking breakfast, celebrating in private. At approximately 9:30 in the morning, Rebecca Hayes called the Evanston Police Department. She was crying, her voice panicked and broken. "Please help," she said. "My friend. She's not breathing. Please send someone." Patrol officers arrived within 7 minutes. Rebecca met them at the door, her face streaked with tears, her hands shaking. She led them upstairs to the master bedroom. Linda Morrison was lying in her bed, clearly deceased. She appeared peaceful, as if still sleeping. There was no sign of disturbance, no indication of violence. On the nightstand beside the bed was an empty bottle of prescription medication, sleeping pills, and a half-empty glass of water. The senior officer, Sergeant Robert Kowalski, began his preliminary assessment, while his partner attempted to comfort the hysterical Rebecca in the hallway. "How long have you known her?" he asked gently. "Since childhood," Rebecca sobbed. "We grew up together. I was staying here for Christmas. I came to check on her this morning and found her like this. Oh God, I can't believe she's gone." The paramedics arrived and confirmed what was already obvious. Linda Morrison was dead, likely for several hours. Based on the empty pill bottle and the absence of any signs of struggle or violence, the preliminary assumption was suicide by overdose. Detective Frank Delgado was called to the scene at 10:15. Delgado was 48 years old, a 20-year veteran of the Evanston Police Department. He arrived to find the house full of emergency personnel, Christmas decorations providing an incongruous backdrop to the tragedy. He spoke first with Rebecca Hayes, who was in the living room, sitting on the couch, still crying. She explained the circumstances. She and Linda were old friends. Linda had invited her for Christmas. Linda's husband was away on business. They had spent the previous 2 days together having a lovely time. "Did Linda seem depressed?" Delgado asked. "No," Rebecca said immediately. "She seemed happy. She was talking about the future, about starting a family. I don't understand this at all. Was she taking sleeping pills regularly? I don't know. I know she worked long shifts at the hospital. Maybe she had trouble sleeping. But she never mentioned anything like this." Delgado went upstairs to examine the scene himself. Linda Morrison lay on her back, her arms at her sides, her expression peaceful. The empty pill bottle was a prescription for diazepam, a sedative, prescribed by Dr. Alan Winters 3 weeks earlier. According to the label, the bottle had contained 30 pills. He searched the bedroom carefully. Linda's purse was on the dresser, containing her wallet with credit cards and $64 in cash. Her jewelry box was undisturbed. There was no note, no letter, no explanation. In the bathroom, he found another prescription bottle, this one for the same sleeping medication, nearly full. If Linda had intended to take her own life, why not use both bottles? Something felt wrong. Delgado interviewed the neighbors throughout the day. No one had heard anything unusual. Several had seen Rebecca and Linda coming and going together over the past 2 days. Everyone described Linda as happy, friendly, excited about the holidays. No one could imagine why she would take her own life. James Morrison was contacted in Denver. He was devastated, disbelieving. He caught the first flight back to Chicago, arriving that evening. Delgado met with him at the house. "This makes no sense," James said, his face drawn with shock and grief. Linda wasn't depressed. She had no reason to kill herself. We were happy. We were planning our future. Had she been under any unusual stress lately? Delgado asked. No more than usual. Her work at the hospital was demanding, but she loved it. She was looking forward to Christmas, to spending time with Rebecca. "What can you tell me about Rebecca Hayes?" "Not much." Linda knew her from childhood. They'd reconnected recently. Linda mentioned that Rebecca was going through a hard time, job troubles, relationship issues, and wanted to be supportive. That's why she invited her for Christmas. Delgado made note of this. On the surface, everything pointed to an unfortunate suicide. A young woman, perhaps more troubled than anyone realized, had taken an overdose of sleeping pills on Christmas Eve. It was tragic, but not uncommon. The holidays could be difficult for people struggling with depression, but Detective Delgado was a careful man, and something continued to bother him. He decided to examine the house more thoroughly before releasing it back to the family. Chapter 4. The Gift. On the morning of December 26th, Delgado returned to the Morrison home with a crime scene technician. James Morrison had spent the night at a hotel, unable to remain in the house where his wife had died. Rebecca Hayes had also checked into a hotel after giving a formal statement. Delgado's intention was to photograph the scene thoroughly and collect the prescription bottle and glass for analysis. He wanted to verify the cause of death and rule out any possibility of foul play, however unlikely. While the technician worked upstairs, Delgado examined the first floor again. He walked through the kitchen, noting the partially prepared Christmas dinner in the refrigerator. He examined the living room with its festive decorations and wrapped presents beneath the tree. His attention was caught by one particular gift. It was wrapped in silver paper with a blue ribbon, slightly larger than the others. The tag read, "For Karen, my dearest sister. May you fill this with all your thoughts and dreams. Love, Linda." Karen was Linda's sister. Delgado had spoken with her briefly the previous day when she had arrived at the house, devastated by the news. She had mentioned that she was supposed to visit on the 27th. On impulse, Delgado picked up the gift. It felt like a book. He carefully removed the wrapping paper, making note of its location and appearance for his report. Inside was a leather-bound journal, exactly as Linda had described in her card. But tucked between the first and second pages was something unexpected. A folded piece of paper covered with Linda's handwriting. Delgado unfolded it carefully. It was dated December 20th, 1973, 3 days before Rebecca's arrival. It was addressed to Karen. He began to read. "Dear Karen, I'm writing this because I have concerns I need to share with someone, and you're the person I trust most. Rebecca Hayes is coming to stay for Christmas, and I'm happy about that. But I need to tell you about some things that have been happening lately that worry me. Rebecca and I reconnected about 6 months ago. She contacted me out of the blue, said she missed me, and wanted to reestablish our friendship. I was glad to hear from her. But over these past months, our conversations have taken a strange turn. She asks very detailed questions about my life, my schedule, my finances, my relationship with James. At first, I thought she was just being interested, but it feels intrusive now. She's made several comments that concern me. She said once that she wished she had my life. Another time she said it wasn't fair that some people have everything while others have nothing. She's asked about my marriage in ways that seem almost obsessive, how James and I met, whether we fight, whether I'm truly happy. Last month, I had her over for lunch. After she left, I discovered that several items were moved or missing. Small things, a photograph from my dresser, a piece of mail addressed to James, a key to our storage unit, When I asked her about it, she denied taking anything and seemed offended that I would suggest it. I don't want to believe that my friend would do anything harmful, but I've felt increasingly uncomfortable. My instinct is to cancel her visit, but I also feel guilty. She's alone, she's struggling, and it's Christmas. What kind of person would I be to abandon a friend in need? I'm probably being paranoid. I'm writing this down just to organize my thoughts. If you're reading this, it means I gave you this journal as planned, and nothing bad happened. We'll laugh about my overactive imagination. But if something does happen, if something seems wrong, please give this letter to the police. I trust Rebecca, but I also have doubts, and I learned as a nurse to trust my instincts about people. Love, Linda. Detective Delgado read the letter twice, then immediately called for additional investigators. Within an hour, Rebecca Hayes was being brought in for further questioning. Chapter 5. The Confession. Rebecca Hayes sat across from Detective Delgado in the interrogation room at the Evanston police station. She had been cooperative so far, answering questions willingly, expressing grief and confusion over Linda's death. But now Delgado placed the letter on the table between them. "I found this hidden in a Christmas gift," he said. "Would you like to read it?" Rebecca's face went pale. She stared at the letter, but did not touch it. "Linda wrote this 3 days before you arrived," Delgado continued. "She was worried about you. She noticed things missing from her home. She felt uncomfortable with your questions. She suspected something was wrong." Rebecca remained silent. "Here's what I think happened," Delgado said. "You didn't just want to visit Linda for Christmas. You wanted her life. You wanted to be her. And you decided that the easiest way to have her life was to eliminate her and take it. That's insane," Rebecca whispered, but her voice lacked conviction. "Is it? Let's talk about the sleeping pills. Linda had a prescription for diazepam. You also had a prescription for the same medication. Linda prescribed it for you back in October when you complained about insomnia. I've checked with Linda's doctor. She prescribed 30 pills for you. Where are they?" Rebecca didn't answer. "I think you brought them with you. I think you've been putting them in Linda's food and drinks for the past 2 days, making her increasingly tired, making her sleep more deeply. And on Christmas Eve, you put a large dose in her hot chocolate. Once she was unconscious, you gave her the rest of your pills, maybe crushed in water, maybe forced down her throat while she was sedated. Then you took the empty bottle from your prescription, wiped it clean, and placed it beside her bed to make it look like suicide." Rebecca's hands were shaking now. "You made one mistake," Delgado continued. "You left your luggage in the guest room. We have a search warrant. My officers are going through it right now. If they find any traces of sleeping pills, any evidence of what you did, you're going to prison for murder." There was a long silence. Then Rebecca's shoulders slumped. "I didn't mean for it to happen this way," she said quietly. Delgado leaned forward. "Tell me what you did mean." And Rebecca told him everything. She had reconnected with Linda 6 months earlier with specific intentions. Rebecca's life had fallen apart. She had lost her job. Her boyfriend had left her. She was struggling financially and emotionally. Meanwhile, Linda had everything: a beautiful home, a successful husband, a fulfilling career, happiness. "I didn't plan to kill her at first," Rebecca said. "I just wanted to understand how she had everything I didn't. I wanted to see if maybe I could have some of what she had. I started asking questions, learning about her life, her routines, her marriage. But observation had turned to obsession. Rebecca began fantasizing about being Linda Morrison. She stole small items from Linda's home, a photograph, some mail, so she could study Linda's signature, her handwriting, her life details. She practiced signing Linda's name. She memorized facts about James, about Linda's job, about their finances. "I thought maybe I could become her," Rebecca said. "If she was gone, I could step into her life. I look similar enough. I could tell people I was Linda. James was away a lot for work. I could learn to be her." The plan crystallized when Linda invited her for Christmas. James would be gone. They would be alone. It was the perfect opportunity. Rebecca had brought her own bottle of sleeping pills, the ones Linda had prescribed months earlier. and she had been dissolving them in Linda's food and drink since arriving on December 23rd. She wanted Linda sedated, compliant, and sleeping deeply. On Christmas Eve, after Linda went to bed, Rebecca had crushed 8 pills into water and forced them down Linda's throat, while she was already unconscious from earlier doses. Linda never woke up. "I thought it would look like suicide," Rebecca said. "She was a nurse. She had access to medications. I thought everyone would believe she had taken her own life." "And then what?" Delgado asked. "You thought you could just pretend to be her?" "I don't know," Rebecca admitted. "I hadn't thought that far ahead. I just knew I wanted her life more than I wanted my own." The full search of Rebecca's belongings revealed a notebook containing detailed information about Linda's life. Her social security number, her bank account numbers, her work schedule, names of her colleagues and friends. There were practice signatures, pages of them, where Rebecca had tried to perfectly replicate Linda's handwriting. There was a wig that matched Linda's hair color. There were contact lenses in Linda's eye color. Most damningly, there was the bottle that had contained Rebecca's sleeping pills. She had tried to dispose of it, but had left it in the bottom of her suitcase, still containing residue that matched the medication found in Linda's system. The medical examiner's report confirmed that Linda Morrison had died from an overdose of diazepam, approximately 40 pills worth, far more than the 30 that had been in the bottle found beside her bed. The additional pills had come from Rebecca's prescription. Rebecca Hayes was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The case went to trial in September of 1974. The prosecution presented Linda's letter, Rebecca's notebook full of stolen information, the physical evidence, and Rebecca's own confession. The defense attempted to argue diminished capacity, that Rebecca had suffered a mental breakdown, that she hadn't been in her right mind, that she needed psychiatric help rather than prison. But the evidence of premeditation was overwhelming. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning a guilty verdict. Rebecca Hayes was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. She was 35 years old. Chapter 6. Aftermath. James Morrison sold the house in Evanston within 6 months of Linda's death. He couldn't bear to live there, couldn't bear to look at the Christmas tree, couldn't bear to remember that last phone call on Christmas Eve when Linda had told him everything was fine. He moved to Wisconsin, eventually remarried, but friends said he never fully recovered from what happened. Karen, Linda's sister, kept the journal that Linda had given her. The pages remained blank, except for Linda's letter hidden inside, a letter that had saved the case, that had revealed the truth, that had ensured justice for her sister. Karen became an advocate for victims of violent crime, speaking at schools and community centers about recognizing warning signs of dangerous relationships and obsessive behavior. The case received significant media attention, particularly because of the Christmas timing and the bizarre nature of Rebecca's plan. Psychiatrists who examined Rebecca after her conviction diagnosed her with a severe personality disorder involving identity disturbance and an inability to form a stable sense of self. She had become so disconnected from her own identity that she genuinely believed she could become someone else simply by taking their place. She didn't just want Linda's possessions or Linda's life circumstances. One psychiatrist explained in a case study published years later. She wanted to actually be Linda Morrison. She had lost all sense of who Rebecca Hayes was, and she thought she could resolve that by erasing Rebecca and replacing her with Linda. It was a complete break from reality. In prison, Rebecca remained mostly silent about the crime. She served her sentence at Dwight Correctional Center in Illinois. Prison records indicate she was a model inmate, quiet, cooperative, causing no trouble. But she also remained emotionally detached, as if the woman who had committed the murder was someone else entirely. She died in prison in 2008 at the age of 69 from complications of cancer. Her body was claimed by a distant cousin and buried in an unmarked grave in a Chicago cemetery. There were no mourners at the funeral. Linda Morrison's grave, by contrast, is in a cemetery in Evanston, regularly visited by family members. The headstone reads, Linda Ann Morrison, 1939 to 1973, beloved wife, sister, daughter, and friend. taken too soon by evil, but forever remembered for her kindness. Detective Frank Delgado retired from the Evanston Police Department in 1987 after 33 years of service. He worked hundreds of cases during his career, but the Morrison murder was the one that stayed with him most vividly. He kept a copy of Linda's letter in his personal files, reading it occasionally and marveling at her instincts. "She knew," he said in an interview years later. "She sensed something was wrong. She wrote down her concerns just in case. That letter solved the case. Without it, we might have accepted the suicide theory. Rebecca almost got away with murder because Linda trusted her despite her instincts. But Linda was smart enough to leave a message just in case. That's what saved everything." The case is still taught at police academies as an example of how careful documentation and thorough crime scene processing can reveal hidden evidence. The Christmas gift under the tree, wrapped and addressed to someone who wouldn't open it for days, became a time capsule that preserved Linda's suspicions and ultimately led to justice. It's also taught in psychology courses as a case study in identity disturbance and obsessive attachment. Rebecca Hayes represents an extreme example of what can happen when someone loses all connection to their authentic self and becomes fixated on replacing it with someone else's identity. The Morrison home in Evanston, where Linda died on Christmas morning 1973, has been owned by several families since then. None of them reported anything unusual, though they all knew the history. The neighborhood has changed over the decades, but old-timers still remember the Christmas when Linda Morrison was murdered by her childhood friend who wanted to steal her life. The case serves as a reminder that danger can come from unexpected sources, not from strangers breaking into homes, but from people we trust enough to invite into our lives. Linda Morrison opened her door to someone she had known since childhood, someone she felt obligated to help during the holidays, someone she had no reason to fear despite her growing unease. That unease, documented in a letter hidden in a Christmas gift, became her final testimony. She couldn't save herself, but she could leave behind the truth, and in the end, that was enough to ensure that her killer faced justice. The leather-bound journal that Linda had given to her sister was eventually donated to a museum of criminal history in Illinois, where it remains on display along with photocopies of Linda's letter. Visitors can read the words of a woman who sensed danger, documented her concerns, and created a posthumous witness statement that solved her own murder. Every December, Karen visits Linda's grave and brings flowers. She also brings a small wrapped gift, a symbolic gesture honoring the Christmas present that revealed everything. She places it on the grave and sits quietly, remembering her sister, thinking about the holiday that should have been joyful, but instead became tragedy. "Linda was the best person I knew," Karen said in an interview on the 30th anniversary of the murder. "She was generous and kind, and always wanted to help people. That's why she invited Rebecca. She saw someone who was struggling and wanted to make her Christmas better. She paid for that kindness with her life. But even in death, she was smart enough and careful enough to make sure the truth came out. I'm proud of her for that, and I'm grateful every day for that letter she left behind." The case of Linda Morrison, murdered on Christmas by a friend who wanted to become her, remains one of the most disturbing holiday crimes in Illinois history. It's a story of obsession, identity theft in the most literal sense, and the danger of ignoring one's instincts about people. But it's also a story of how truth can survive beyond death, how careful documentation can speak for the dead, and how a Christmas gift intended as a simple gesture of love became the key piece of evidence that ensured justice prevailed. Linda Morrison died on December 25, 1973, but through the letter she left behind, she testified at her killer's trial and ensured that Rebecca Hayes would spend the rest of her life in prison. In that sense, Linda had the last word. The gift under the tree revealed everything, just as she had hoped it would. Story 3. A Santa Claus rang the doorbell on Christmas Eve 2008. What happened next terrorized California. Chapter 1. Christmas Eve in Covina. The Ortega family home on East Knollcrest Drive in Covina, California, was filled with the sounds of celebration on Christmas Eve, 2008. Approximately 25 people had gathered for the annual holiday party hosted by Joseph and Alicia Ortega, both in their 70s. Children ran through the house, Adults chatted in the living room and kitchen. Christmas music played from speakers, and the smell of traditional Mexican food filled the air. The party had started around 5 in the evening. Families arrived in waves. Children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, cousins, and close friends. This was a tradition that went back decades. The Ortegas were beloved figures in their community, known for their generosity, their devotion to family, and their open-door policy during the holidays. No one at the party had any reason to expect that this Christmas Eve would be their last. At approximately 11:25 in the evening, the doorbell rang. Several people were in the foyer area, wrapping up conversations, preparing to leave or settling in for the evening. 8-year-old Katrina Józefpolski, visiting with her parents, ran to answer the door. Through the window beside the door, she could see a figure dressed in a red Santa Claus suit, with white trim, a black belt, and a full white beard. "It's Santa!" she called out excitedly. The adult smiled. It wasn't uncommon for someone to dress as Santa during holiday parties, though no one had arranged for such a visit. Perhaps it was a neighbor playing a friendly prank, or maybe one of the family members had organized a surprise for the children. Katrina opened the door. The man in the Santa suit stood on the porch holding a large, wrapped package that appeared to be a Christmas present. His face was partially obscured by the beard and Santa hat, but his eyes were visible, dark, cold, emotionless. "Ho, ho, ho," he said flatly. "Merry Christmas." Then he dropped the package, raised a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, and began shooting. Chapter 2. The Attack. The first shot hit Katrina in the face. She fell backward into the foyer as screaming erupted throughout the house. The man in the Santa suit stepped over her body and entered the home, firing systematically at everyone he could see. Joseph Ortega, who had been standing near the door, was shot multiple times in the chest. He fell immediately, dead before he hit the floor. Alicia Ortega, rushing toward the sound of gunshots from the kitchen, was shot in the head. She died instantly. The gunman moved through the foyer into the living room, continuing to fire. People were running, screaming, diving for cover. He shot them methodically, without hesitation, without speaking. He had multiple magazines of ammunition and reloaded quickly whenever necessary. Teresa Ortega, daughter of Joseph and Alicia, was shot in the back as she tried to shield her teenage daughter. Charles Ortega, Joseph's brother, was shot while attempting to rush the gunman. Sherry Ortega, Charles's wife, was shot in the kitchen. James Ortega, another family member, was shot while trying to escape through a back door. The entire attack lasted approximately 3 minutes of continuous shooting. When the gunman had expended most of his ammunition and confirmed that no one was moving toward him or posing a threat, he retrieved the package he had dropped in the foyer. It was not a Christmas present. Inside the wrapping was a homemade incendiary device, a metal container filled with racing fuel and equipped with a pressurized spray mechanism. The device had been constructed specifically to serve as a makeshift flamethrower. The gunman activated the device and began spraying racing fuel throughout the first floor of the house, igniting it immediately. The flames spread rapidly across the carpet, the furniture, the Christmas decorations. Within seconds, the first floor was engulfed in fire. He walked calmly through the burning house, spraying more fuel, ensuring that the fire would spread quickly and completely. Then he walked out the front door, closed it behind him, and disappeared into the night. He had been inside the house for less than 5 minutes. Behind him, the Ortega home became an inferno. Chapter 3. The Response. The first 911 call came in at 11:28, 3 minutes after the doorbell had rung. A neighbor reported hearing multiple gunshots and screaming coming from the Ortega house. The second call came in at 11:29, reporting that the house was on fire. By 11:30, multiple calls were flooding the emergency dispatch center. Covina Police Department units arrived at 11:33. They found the Ortega house fully engulfed in flames, smoke billowing into the night sky. Neighbors gathered in the street watching in horror. They could hear screaming from inside the house. Firefighters from the Los Angeles County Fire Department arrived within minutes and began fighting the blaze, but the fire was intense and spreading rapidly. The racing fuel created temperatures hot enough to melt vinyl siding on the house next door. It took firefighters more than an hour to bring the fire under control. While firefighters worked, police began interviewing witnesses. Several neighbors had heard the gunshots. One had seen a figure in a Santa suit leaving the house and walking calmly to a rental car parked on the street. The car, later identified as a white Toyota RAV4, had driven away normally, attracting no attention. As the fire was brought under control, the true scale of the massacre became apparent. Bodies were scattered throughout the first floor, many burned beyond immediate recognition. Some victims had been shot multiple times. Others showed signs of having been burned alive while trying to escape. The final death toll was 9 people: Joseph Ortega, 75 years old; Alicia Ortega, 70 years old; Charles Ortega, 81 years old; Cherie Ortega, 73 years old; James Ortega, 49 years old; Teresa Ortega, 43 years old; Michael Ortega, 17 years old; Alicia Ortega, the younger, 42 years old; Sylvia Pardo, 43 years old. Additionally, 3 people were critically injured with gunshot wounds and severe burns. Katrina Józef-Polski, the 8-year-old who had opened the door, survived her facial gunshot wound, but required extensive surgery and would be permanently disfigured. Among the dead was Sylvia Pardo, whose last name immediately caught the attention of investigators. They quickly learned that Sylvia was the ex-wife of Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, and that she was the daughter of Joseph and Alicia Ortega. The party had been held at her parents' home. This was not a random attack. This was targeted, personal, and premeditated mass murder carried out by a man dressed as Santa Claus. Chapter 4. The Manhunt. Within 2 hours of the attack, police had identified Bruce Jeffrey Pardo as their primary suspect. He was 45 years old, an electrical engineer and former radar technician in the United States Air Force. He had married Sylvia Ortega in January of 2006. The marriage had deteriorated rapidly, and Sylvia had filed for divorce in March of 2008. The divorce had been bitter and acrimonious. Court records showed extensive disputes over property, finances, and allegations of misconduct. Bruce had been forced to pay Sylvia $10,000 as part of the settlement. The divorce had been finalized on December 18, 2008, exactly 6 days before the massacre. Investigators learned that Bruce had a history of financial problems, job instability, and controlling behavior. Sylvia had told friends and family that she was afraid of him, that he had made threatening comments, that she worried about what he might do. But she had not obtained a restraining order, and there had been no explicit threats that would have warranted police intervention. On Christmas Eve, Bruce had not been invited to the Ortega family party. His marriage to Sylvia was over. He was no longer considered part of the family, but he had known about the party. He had known the address, and he had planned his revenge meticulously. An all-points bulletin was issued for Bruce Pardo. His description, his vehicle information, and his photograph were distributed to every law enforcement agency in Southern California. Roadblocks were set up on major highways. Officers were dispatched to locations where Bruce might hide: his home, his workplace, the homes of friends and relatives. But Bruce was already gone. At approximately 3 a.m. on Christmas Day, police received a call from Sylmar, a neighborhood in Los Angeles about 30 miles from Covina. A brother and sister had discovered an unusual situation at their family home, where their older brother had been staying. The address was associated with Bruce Pardo's brother. Police responded and found Bruce Pardo's rental car parked in the driveway. The charred remains of a Santa suit were in a trash can. Inside the house, they found Bruce Pardo's body in an upstairs bedroom. He had committed suicide with a single gunshot to the head. He was dressed in casual clothing. On the bed beside him were travel documents indicating he had planned to fly to Canada and then on to another destination. There were bundles of cash, approximately $17,000, and a passport. Beside the body was a handwritten note, brief and to the point. "I have been financially ruined by the divorce. I have lost everything. This is the only solution." Chapter 5. The Investigation. The investigation into the Covina Massacre, revealed the depth and detail of Bruce Pardo's planning. This was not a crime of passion or a spontaneous act of violence. It was a carefully orchestrated mass murder, executed with military precision by a man who had training, resources, and a complete disregard for human life. Investigators discovered that Bruce had purchased the Santa suit at a costume shop in San Bernardino 3 weeks before Christmas. He had paid cash and given a false name. He had rented the Toyota RAV4 from a Los Angeles airport location 2 days before the attack, again using cash and a fake identity. The 9mm handgun used in the shooting had been purchased legally by Bruce 6 months earlier. He had also acquired 3 additional handguns through legal purchases at different times during 2008. He had purchased more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition in the months leading up to the attack. The homemade flamethrower device found wrapped as a present was particularly disturbing. Bruce had used his engineering background to design and construct a functional incendiary weapon capable of dispersing racing fuel under pressure. He had tested the device at a remote location in the desert 2 weeks before Christmas, practicing until he was confident it would work effectively. Financial records showed that Bruce had withdrawn all his money from his bank accounts in the weeks before the attack, approximately $23,000. He had purchased a plane ticket to Canada scheduled for December 26th under an assumed name. Investigators believe he had planned to flee the country after the massacre, possibly traveling from Canada to a non-extradition country in South America. But something had gone wrong with his escape plan. The Santa suit had melted onto his body during the attack. The flamethrower device had sprayed racing fuel onto him as well as the surroundings, and the synthetic fabric of the costume had melted and fused to his skin, causing severe burns. He had suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns on his arms and back, injuries that would have been immediately noticeable and impossible to hide. Realizing he could not travel or pass through airports with such obvious injuries, and likely suffering tremendous pain from the burns, Bruce had driven to his brother's house in Sylmar. His brother was not home. He was out of town visiting relatives for the holidays. Bruce let himself in with a key he had retained from earlier visits, went upstairs and killed himself. Psychological profiles developed after the crime painted a picture of a man consumed by rage, resentment, and a sense of victimization. He blamed Sylvia for the failure of their marriage. He blamed her family for supporting her decision to divorce him. He blamed the court system for forcing him to pay her money as part of the settlement. In his distorted thinking, everyone connected to Sylvia deserved to be punished. The divorce had been finalized on December 18th. Bruce had 6 days to plan and execute his revenge. He chose Christmas Eve specifically because he knew the family would be gathered together, presenting an opportunity to kill multiple targets at once. He chose the Santa costume as a disguise, but also as a twisted mockery of Christmas and family celebration, the holiday that represented everything he felt he had lost. Chapter 6. The Aftermath. The Covina Massacre shocked Southern California and made national news. 9 people had been murdered on Christmas Eve by a man dressed as Santa Claus. 3 others were critically injured. An entire extended family had been devastated in minutes. The funerals were held in the first week of January 2009. Hundreds of people attended to mourn the victims. The Ortega family, prominent in the local community, was nearly destroyed. Multiple generations had been killed. Children had lost parents. Parents had lost children. The few family members who survived struggled with severe trauma, guilt over surviving, and the challenge of rebuilding their lives. Katrina Yusufpolsky, the 8-year-old who had opened the door, required 17 surgeries over the next several years to repair the damage from the gunshot wound to her face. She suffered from severe PTSD, nightmares, and survivor's guilt. Her family moved away from California, hoping a fresh start would help, but the trauma followed them. In interviews years later, Katrina's mother spoke about the permanent impact of those few seconds when her daughter opened the door to Santa Claus. She was so excited, her mother said. She thought Santa had come to visit. Instead, she opened the door to a monster. She lost her childhood that night. We all did. The case prompted renewed discussions about divorce proceedings, domestic violence warning signs, and the difficulty of predicting and preventing mass violence. Sylvia Pardo had told people she was afraid of Bruce, but not afraid enough to obtain a restraining order. Bruce had shown no criminal history, no documented violent behavior, no reason for authorities to intervene. He was hiding his rage, said Dr. Kenneth Wilson, a forensic psychologist who studied the case. He functioned normally in public, held a job, interacted with people. But internally he was building toward an explosion. The divorce was the trigger, but the capacity for this kind of violence was always there. The case also highlighted the limitations of security during family gatherings. The Ortega family had no reason to fear someone dressed as Santa Claus ringing their doorbell on Christmas Eve. It seemed innocent, festive, appropriate for the occasion. By the time they realized the danger, it was too late. Law enforcement agencies across the country studied the Covina case as an example of planned, targeted mass murder. The level of preparation, the use of multiple weapons, the escape plan, and the deliberate timing all indicated a perpetrator who had thought through every detail. Bruce Pardo had executed his plan with the precision of a military operation, which was not surprising given his background in the Air Force. The Ortega family home was demolished several months after the attack. The property remained vacant for years, eventually becoming a community garden. The city of Covina installed a memorial plaque honoring the 9 victims, located in a nearby park. Every Christmas Eve, members of the surviving family and community members gather there for a brief ceremony, remembering those who died. In the years since 2008, the Covina Massacre has been cited in discussions about the dangers of domestic disputes, the warning signs of potential violence, and the importance of taking threats seriously, even when they seem abstract or unlikely. Sylvia Pardo's friends reported after her death that she had mentioned being afraid of Bruce, but she had downplayed the danger, believing he would eventually move on. She didn't think he would actually do anything, one friend said. She thought he was angry but harmless. None of us imagined he was capable of this. The case remains one of the most notorious Christmas crimes in American history. The image of Santa Claus, symbol of joy and generosity, was perverted into a disguise for mass murder. The holiday that should have been a celebration of family became a nightmare of violence and loss. For the survivors and the broader Covina community, Christmas has never been the same. Every year, the anniversary brings renewed grief, renewed memories of that night when the doorbell rang, and Santa Claus brought death instead of presents. The case of Bruce Jeffrey Pardo serves as a grim reminder that violence can come in unexpected forms, that rage can be hidden behind a normal facade, and that the holidays, traditionally a time of safety and celebration, are not immune to tragedy. 9 people died because one man's anger overwhelmed his humanity. 3 others survived with permanent physical and psychological scars. An entire community was traumatized, and it all began when an 8-year-old girl opened the door to Santa Claus on Christmas Eve, 2008. Story 4. JonBenet Ramsey disappeared on Christmas 1996. A ransom note revealed an impossible secret. Chapter 1. Christmas morning, December 26, 1996 began with terror in the Ramsey household in Boulder, Colorado. At approximately 5:52 in the morning, Patsy Ramsey descended the spiral staircase of her family's Tudor-style home and found 3 handwritten pages lying on one of the lower steps. She picked them up and began reading by the dim light of early morning. "Mr. Ramsey," the letter began, "listen carefully. We are a group of individuals that represent a small foreign faction. We respect your business, but not the country that it serves. At this time, we have your daughter in our possession," Patsy screamed. Her 6-year-old daughter, JonBenet, was gone. According to the letter, she had been kidnapped during the night. The ransom demand was specific: $118,000 in cash, $20 bills and $100 bills, to be delivered according to instructions that would follow. The letter warned that any attempt to contact police or the FBI would result in JonBenet's execution. It was signed SBTC, letters that meant nothing to anyone and would never be explained. Patsy's screams woke her husband John, 43 years old, a successful businessman who owned Access Graphics, a computer services company. He rushed downstairs, read the ransom note, and immediately called 911 at 5:52 a.m. Within minutes, Boulder Police Department officers were dispatched to the Ramsey home at 755 15th Street. The first officer to arrive was Officer Rick French, responding at 5:55 a.m., exactly 3 minutes after the call. He found Patsy Ramsey hysterical, John Ramsey attempting to remain calm, and 9-year-old Burke Ramsey still asleep upstairs, apparently undisturbed by the commotion. Officer French conducted an initial search of the house while additional officers arrived. He checked doors and windows for signs of forced entry. He found a window in the basement that appeared to have been disturbed, broken glass on the floor, the window partially open, but the spider webs in the window well outside were intact, suggesting no one had actually entered or exited through that window recently. He walked through the basement, calling John Benet's name, checking rooms. He tried the door to the wine cellar, a small room in the basement used for storage, but found it closed and did not open it. He completed his search and reported that the child was not in the house. Detective Linda Arndt arrived at 8:10 a.m. to take charge of the investigation. By this time, several friends of the Ramseys had also arrived, summoned by Patsy's frantic phone calls. The house was filling with people, police officers, family friends, a victim advocate, the Ramseys' minister, all trying to help, all inadvertently contaminating what would later be recognized as a crime scene. Detective Arndt's focus was on preparing for the ransom call that the note promised would come between 8 and 10 a.m. John Ramsey was instructed to gather the money, $118,000. He contacted his bank and arranged for the cash to be available. Officers set up recording equipment on the phone. Everyone waited. 8 o'clock came and went. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. The promised phone call never came. Chapter 2. The Discovery. As the morning dragged on with no contact from the supposed kidnappers, the initial assumption of a straightforward ransom kidnapping began to seem questionable. Detective Arndt, growing increasingly concerned, suggested that John Ramsey and his friend Fleet White conduct another search of the house, looking for anything unusual or out of place. At approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon, more than 7 hours after the ransom note was discovered, John Ramsey and Fleet White went to the basement. They searched various storage areas, then approached the wine cellar room that Officer French had passed by earlier. John opened the door. Jean Benet was inside. The little girl was lying on the floor, a white blanket covering her body. Her mouth was covered with duct tape. A white cord was wrapped around her neck, fashioned into a garrote with a broken paintbrush handle attached as a tightening device. Her hands were loosely bound above her head with white cord. She was wearing a white shirt and long underwear. She was clearly deceased, her skin showing the discoloration of several hours of death. John Ramsey screamed. He tore the duct tape from her mouth, picked up her body, and carried her upstairs, destroying potential evidence in his panic and grief. He laid her on the floor of the living room. Detective Arndt checked for a pulse, found none, and called for additional support and the coroner. The kidnapping case had become a murder investigation. The Boulder Police Department's response was immediate but chaotic. The house, which had already been compromised by the presence of multiple people throughout the morning, was now a confirmed crime scene. But the damage was done. Potential evidence had been moved, touched, contaminated, or destroyed. Critical hours had been lost. The coroner, Dr. John Meyer, arrived and conducted a preliminary examination of the body before it was transported to the morgue. The official autopsy would reveal the full extent of what had happened to John Benet Ramsey, but the preliminary findings were already horrifying. The little girl had suffered a massive skull fracture, a blow to the head with tremendous force, causing a crack nearly 8 inches long in her skull. She had been strangled with the cord around her neck. The garrote tightened until it caused death by asphyxiation. There were marks on her body suggesting possible sexual assault. Her bladder had released, staining her underwear. The estimated time of death was between 10 p.m. on December 25th and 2 a.m. on December 26th. She had been dead for hours before the ransom note was discovered. She had likely been dead before her parents went to bed on Christmas night. Chapter 3. The Ransom Note. The ransom note found by Patsy Ramsey on the morning of December 26th became one of the most analyzed documents in criminal history. It was unusual in nearly every respect, and those unusual characteristics would drive speculation and investigation for decades. The note was written on paper from a notepad found in the Ramsey home, a pad that belonged to Patsy Ramsey kept in the kitchen. The pen used to write it was also from the Ramsey home. Someone had written a practice ransom note on an earlier page of the same notepad, starting with Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, then discarding that attempt and starting over. Both the practice note and the final note were written inside the house. The length of the note was extraordinary. Most ransom notes are brief, a few sentences stating the demand and the consequences. This note was 2.5 pages, handwritten, containing approximately 370 words. It took considerable time to write. The content was even more peculiar. It began with formal language. "We are a group of individuals that represent a small foreign faction." But it also included phrases that seemed derived from movies. "If you try to deceive us, she dies. If you tell anyone about receiving this letter, she dies. If you don't give us the money, she dies." The note referred to John Ramsey's business. "You are not the only fat cat around, so don't think that killing will be difficult." It mentioned his southern common sense, despite John being from Michigan. It promised that delivery will be exhausting, so I advise you to be rested. Most significantly, the ransom amount was $118,000, an oddly specific figure that happened to match, almost exactly, the amount of John Ramsey's recent bonus from his company. This was not public information. Whoever wrote the note knew intimate details about the Ramsey family finances. The handwriting analysis became a focal point of the investigation. Patsy Ramsey was asked to provide handwriting samples. Experts compared her writing to the ransom note. Some concluded she could not be eliminated as the author. Others concluded the handwriting did not match. John Ramsey's handwriting was also analyzed and generally excluded. No conclusive determination was ever made about who wrote the note. The signature SBTC was never explained. Police investigated possible meanings, initials of organizations, acronyms, codes. Nothing fit. The letters remained a mystery. The most damning aspect of the ransom note was the simple fact that it existed at all. John Benet's body was found in the basement of the house. She had been killed hours before the note was discovered. A genuine kidnapper who had murdered the victim would have no reason to write a ransom note. The note only made sense if it was written to stage a kidnapping and divert attention from what had actually happened. This led investigators to an uncomfortable conclusion. The ransom note was written by someone inside the house, someone who needed to explain John Benet's disappearance, someone who had time to sit at the kitchen table and carefully compose a lengthy letter, while a dead child lay in the basement. Chapter 4. The Investigation. The Boulder Police Department's investigation of John Benet Ramsey's murder was plagued by problems from the beginning. The crime scene had been contaminated. Evidence had been moved or destroyed. Critical hours had been wasted treating the case as a kidnapping rather than a murder, and almost immediately, suspicion fell on the people who should have been the victims, John and Patsy Ramsey. The evidence suggesting family involvement was circumstantial, but substantial. John Benet had been killed inside her own home. There was no conclusive evidence of an intruder entering or leaving the house. The ransom note was written on materials from inside the house, suggesting the author had time and access. The amount demanded, $118,000, matched John's bonus, suggesting inside knowledge. The body had been found in the basement, hidden in a remote room, suggesting familiarity with the house layout. Moreover, there were no footprints in the snow outside the house, though this was later disputed, with some claiming there was no snow in relevant areas. There were no clear signs of forced entry. The supposed broken basement window had spiderwebs intact, suggesting it had not been used recently. The behavior of the Ramseys also drew suspicion. They hired lawyers almost immediately. They gave a CNN interview less than 2 weeks after John Benet's death, speaking publicly before they had fully cooperated with police. They refused to be interviewed separately for months. Their demeanor seemed, to some investigators, inconsistent with innocent, grieving parents. Detective Steve Thomas, who became lead investigator on the case, developed a theory that Patsy Ramsey had killed JonBenet in a fit of rage over bedwetting. JonBenet had struggled with this issue, and that John had helped cover it up. The garrote and staging were meant to disguise what had been an accident or a moment of violence as an intruder kidnapping gone wrong. But there were also serious problems with this theory. Why would parents murder their child over bedwetting? Why would they create such an elaborate staging with the ransom note, the garrote, the positioning of the body? Why would they involve Burke, their 9-year-old son, who was in the house and could potentially reveal inconsistencies in their story? Alternative theories focused on an intruder, a stranger or acquaintance who had entered the house somehow, killed JonBenet, and written the ransom note either before or after the murder to confuse the investigation. Some pointed to DNA evidence found on JonBenet's underwear and under her fingernails, DNA that did not match any family member and was never identified. This unknown DNA profile suggested a third party had been involved. Others theorized about Burke Ramsey, the 9-year-old brother. Could he have accidentally or intentionally injured JonBenet, prompting the parents to stage a cover-up? Burke was interviewed by investigators and consistently said he was asleep when everything happened, heard nothing, knew nothing. He was never charged, and most experts considered it unlikely that a 9-year-old could have created the sophisticated staging found at the scene. The investigation became increasingly contentious. The Boulder Police Department and the district attorney's office disagreed about the direction of the case. Some investigators were convinced the Ramseys were guilty. Others believed they were innocent victims being unfairly persecuted. The media coverage was relentless and often irresponsible, publishing rumors and speculation as fact. In 1999, the case was presented to a grand jury. For 13 months, the grand jury heard evidence, examined documents, and listened to testimony. In October 1999, they voted to indict John and Patsy Ramsey on charges of child abuse resulting in death. However, District Attorney Alex Hunter refused to sign the indictment, stating there was insufficient evidence to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. The indictment remained sealed until 2013, when its existence was finally revealed. Chapter 5. Theories and Evidence. The JonBenet Ramsey case generated countless theories, each attempting to explain the contradictory evidence and bizarre circumstances. The ransom note remained the central puzzle. Its existence suggested staging, but its specific content suggested someone with intimate knowledge of the family. The intruder theory. Proponents of this theory pointed to the unidentified DNA found on JonBenet's clothing. This DNA, from an unknown male, was discovered in multiple locations: her underwear and her long underwear. Advanced DNA testing in later years confirmed it was from the same individual and did not match anyone in the Ramsey family or any known associates. Supporters of the intruder theory suggested someone had been watching the family, possibly during the Christmas tour of homes that included the Ramsey house earlier in December. This person could have learned the layout, identified JonBenet as a target, and even accessed the house during the tour to unlock a window or door for later entry. The intruder might have entered during the night while the family slept, taken JonBenet to the basement, and killed her there. The ransom note could have been written before the murder as part of a kidnapping plan that went wrong when JonBenet resisted or screamed, or it could have been written after the murder to create confusion. The family involvement theory. Investigators like Detective Steve Thomas believed the evidence pointed to someone inside the house, specifically Patsy Ramsey. The handwriting analysis could not definitively exclude Patsy as the author of the ransom note. The paper and pen came from inside the house. The amount demanded matched John's bonus, so precisely it seemed impossible for an outsider to know. This theory suggested that JonBenet had been injured, possibly accidentally, by one of the parents, perhaps during a disciplinary incident. The elaborate staging with the garrote, the duct tape, and the ransom note was designed to redirect suspicion away from the family and toward an imaginary intruder. The note's length and specific content suggested someone with time and familiarity. An actual kidnapper wouldn't sit in the house writing a 2.5-page letter, but someone staging a kidnapping might, especially if they were in shock, trying to think through the best way to explain what had happened. The Burke theory. Some theorists believed 9-year-old Burke had injured JonBenet, and the parents had covered it up. This theory gained renewed attention in 2016 when a CBS documentary suggested Burke had struck JonBenet with a flashlight found at the scene, causing the skull fracture. The parents, discovering their injured daughter, might have made the terrible decision to finish killing her and stage the scene rather than call for help and risk losing both children. One dead, one facing legal consequences. Burke Ramsey filed a defamation lawsuit against CBS over this theory, which was later settled. He maintained throughout his life that he had no involvement in his sister's death. The unknown associate theory. Another theory suggested someone known to the family, possibly someone who had worked in the home, attended parties there, or had business dealings with John, had become fixated on JonBenet. This person would have known details about the house, the family finances, and the bonus amount. They could have written the ransom note to disguise their true motive, which was to harm JonBenet specifically, rather than to obtain money. Chapter 6. The Aftermath and Legacy. John and Patsy Ramsey moved away from Boulder in 1997, unable to remain in the house where their daughter had been murdered and where they had become objects of suspicion and media scrutiny. They moved to Atlanta, Georgia, attempting to rebuild their lives while continuing to advocate for finding JonBenet's killer. Patsy Ramsey died on June 24, 2006, at the age of 49, from ovarian cancer. She died without knowing who killed her daughter, without seeing justice served, and while still under suspicion by segments of the public who believed she was responsible. In August 2006, shortly after Patsy's death, a man named John Mark Carr confessed to killing JonBenet. Carr, a former schoolteacher with a history of inappropriate behavior around children, claimed he had been with JonBenet when she died, that her death was an accident. He was extradited from Thailand to Colorado for investigation. However, Carr's confession quickly fell apart. He got basic facts wrong. His timeline didn't match the evidence. Most conclusively, his DNA did not match the unknown DNA found on JonBenet's clothing. He was released, and it became clear his confession was false, the delusion of a disturbed individual seeking attention. In July 2008, Boulder District Attorney Mary Lacey issued a public letter exonerating the Ramsey family, based on DNA evidence. New testing technology had confirmed that the unknown male DNA found on JonBenet's clothing could not have come from innocent contact or contamination. It was deposited in a way consistent with the crime itself. This DNA did not match anyone in the Ramsey family. To the extent that we may have contributed in any way to the public perception that you might have been involved in this crime, Lacey wrote to the Ramseys, I am deeply sorry. But the exoneration was controversial. Many investigators, including Detective Steve Thomas, believed the DNA evidence was being overinterpreted and that the family should not have been cleared so definitively. The debate continued. John Ramsey remarried in 2011. He continued to advocate for finding JonBenet's killer and for advanced DNA testing of evidence. He granted interviews periodically, always maintaining his innocence and his belief that an intruder had murdered his daughter. Burke Ramsey largely avoided public attention until 2016, when he gave his first major interview on the Dr. Phil show, 20 years after his sister's death. He spoke about the trauma of being 9 years old and losing his sister, then being suspected of involvement, then growing up under constant media scrutiny. He maintained he had been asleep the night JonBenet was killed and knew nothing about what happened. In 2022, the Boulder Police Department announced they were using advanced DNA technology and genetic genealogy, the same techniques used to catch the Golden State Killer, to attempt to identify the unknown DNA profile found at the scene. As of 2025, no identification has been announced. The JonBenet Ramsey case remains officially unsolved. No one has ever been charged with her murder. The ransom note that began the case on December 26, 1996, remains one of the most analyzed and debated documents in criminal history. Chapter 7. The Impossible Secret. The title of this case refers to an impossible secret revealed by the ransom note. That secret is this. The note revealed intimate knowledge that should have been impossible for anyone outside the immediate family to possess. The amount demanded, $118,000, was the exact amount of John Ramsey's recent bonus from Access Graphics. This was not public information. It appeared on John's pay stub and in his private financial records, but nowhere else. Even close friends and extended family members would not have known this specific figure. The note also referenced John's business, his position as a fat cat, and suggested familiarity with his professional life and financial status. It mentioned Southern common sense in a way that suggested personal knowledge of John's background, even if the detail was incorrect. These elements suggested the author either had direct access to the Ramsey family's private financial documents or was someone in the family itself. An intruder breaking into a house to kidnap a child would not know the precise amount of the father's bonus. An intruder would demand a round figure, $50,000, $100,000, $250,000, not the oddly specific $118,000. This is the impossible secret. How did the author of the ransom note know that exact figure unless they were John Ramsey himself, Patsy Ramsey, or someone with access to their private financial records? The three possibilities each have profound implications. If John or Patsy wrote the note, then they were involved in their daughter's death and staged an elaborate kidnapping scenario to cover it up. But this requires believing that parents would murder their child and then construct an incredibly complex false narrative, writing a lengthy ransom note, creating a garrote, staging a scene, and maintaining the deception for the rest of their lives. If someone with access to their financial records wrote it, then the killer was someone they knew and trusted enough to have access to personal documents: an accountant, a business associate, a close friend, a household employee. This person would have had the knowledge to write the note, but also would have had to enter the house on Christmas night, kill JonBenet, and leave without being detected. If neither of these explanations is correct, then we must believe in an extraordinary coincidence, that an intruder randomly chose the amount $118,000, and it just happened to match John's bonus exactly. The statistical likelihood of this is so remote as to be effectively impossible. This is why the ransom note has remained central to every theory about the case. It contains information that should be impossible for the author to know unless they were part of the family or intimately connected to the family's private life. And yet, if the family wrote it, the entire staging seems unnecessarily complex and risky. The impossible secret revealed by the ransom note is that someone knew what they should not have known. And until that someone is identified, the mystery of who killed JonBenet Ramsey on Christmas night, 1996, will remain unsolved. 29 years have passed. The little girl who competed in beauty pageants, who smiled in photographs, who was just beginning her life, remains frozen in time as a 6-year-old. The house where she died has been owned by several families since the Ramseys left. The case files continue to grow as investigators pursue new leads and new technologies. But the ransom note, with its impossible knowledge and its inexplicable existence, remains the key to everything. Someone wrote those words. Someone knew that precise dollar amount. Someone spent significant time in the Ramsey house on Christmas night, crafting a detailed fictional narrative while a dead child lay in the basement. The secret of who that someone was, and how they knew what they knew, remains impossible to explain and impossible to ignore. Story 5. A van was found abandoned on Christmas 1996. Blood-stained presents revealed unimaginable horror. Chapter 1. The Discovery Interstate 45 runs north and south through Texas, connecting Houston to Dallas, and passing through hundreds of miles of rural landscape. On the morning of December 25, 1996, a Texas Department of Transportation worker named Roy Henderson was driving his maintenance route along a remote section of the highway about 40 miles south of Dallas. At approximately 7:15 in the morning, he noticed a white Ford Econoline van parked on the shoulder of the road, partially hidden behind a cluster of scrub oaks. The van had been there since at least the previous evening, based on the dew covering it. Roy pulled over to check if the driver needed assistance. As he approached, he saw that the van's side door was partially open. He called out. No response. He stepped closer and looked inside. The interior of the van was a scene of horror. Blood was spattered across the seats, the ceiling, the walls. Wrapped Christmas presents were scattered throughout the vehicle, many stained with blood. Children's toys, a stuffed bear, a plastic doll, building blocks, were visible among the wreckage. There was blood on the dashboard, blood on the steering wheel, blood pooled on the floor, but there were no bodies. Roy immediately returned to his truck and radioed for police assistance. The Ellis County Sheriff's Department dispatched units to the location. Deputies arrived at 7:35 and secured the scene. The van's license plates were from Texas. The registration, found in the glove compartment, showed the vehicle belonged to Carlos Martinez, age 33, with an address in Laredo, Texas, near the Mexican border. The van had been reported stolen, or rather, the Martinez family had been reported missing by Carlos's mother late on the evening of December 24th. According to her report, Carlos, his wife Elena, and their 2 children, Sophia, age 7, and Diego, age 5, had left Laredo on the morning of December 24th, driving north to spend Christmas with Elena's sister's family in Fort Worth. They should have arrived by late afternoon. When they didn't show up and didn't answer phone calls, the family became worried. By 10 o'clock that evening, Carlos's mother had contacted the Laredo Police Department to report them missing. The Laredo police had entered the information into the system, but had not yet taken action beyond that. The family had been missing for less than 24 hours, and it was possible they had simply been delayed. But now, with the discovery of the blood-filled van on Interstate 45, it was clear something terrible had happened. Chapter 2. The crime scene Texas Rangers were called to assist with the investigation. Ranger Thomas Garrett arrived at the scene at 9 o'clock in the morning. By this time, the van had been photographed extensively from the outside. Garrett supervised the processing of the interior. The amount of blood was staggering. Forensic analysis would later determine that the blood came from at least 4 different individuals, consistent with a family of 4. The blood patterns suggested extreme violence. Arterial spray on the ceiling, large pools indicating victims had lain bleeding for some time, smears suggesting bodies had been dragged. Among the blood and chaos, the Christmas presents told a heartbreaking story. There were 6 wrapped gifts, all now stained with blood. Tags indicated they were meant for relatives in Fort Worth, to Aunt Maria, Love Sophia, and Diego, to Uncle Roberto, to Cousin Angela. The Martinez family had been bringing presents to share with extended family for Christmas. They had never made it. Children's belongings were scattered throughout the van. A pink backpack with Sophia's name embroidered on it, a small suitcase with Diego's clothes, a portable DVD player with children's movies. There was a cooler with sandwiches and juice boxes, supplies for the drive. On the passenger seat was a road map with the route from Laredo to Fort Worth marked in blue pen. Most critically, investigators found shell casings on the floor of the van. 6 9mm shell casings, consistent with a semi-automatic handgun. Someone had fired at least 6 shots inside the van, likely more. Additional casings might have fallen out through the open side door. The van's keys were not in the ignition. The vehicle appeared to have been driven to this location and abandoned deliberately. Tire tracks in the dirt shoulder suggested another vehicle had been parked behind the van, but the tracks were too degraded to provide useful information. The side door of the van showed pry marks, suggesting it had been forced open. The driver's side door was closed but unlocked. The ignition showed signs of having been hot-wired or manipulated, consistent with someone stealing the van after the woe. Occupants had been incapacitated or killed. Chapter 3. The Investigation. The Texas Rangers immediately launched a massive investigation. The primary questions were obvious. Where were the bodies of Carlos, Elena, Sofia, and Diego Martinez? Who had attacked them? And why? The most likely scenario, based on the evidence, was a carjacking or robbery that had turned violent. The Martinez family, traveling on Christmas Eve, might have stopped at a rest area, gas station, or restaurant along Interstate 45. Someone could have targeted them there, forced them into the van at gunpoint, driven them to a remote location, killed them, and then driven the van to where it was found before fleeing in another vehicle. But this scenario had problems. A simple robbery wouldn't explain the execution-style shooting suggested by the blood patterns. The van had not been ransacked. The Christmas presents were still inside, not stolen. Carlos's wallet was still in the vehicle with credit cards intact. Elena's purse was there with jewelry inside. If robbery was the motive, why leave valuables behind? Investigators began tracing the Martinez family's route. They contacted every rest stop, gas station, fast food restaurant, and hotel along Interstate 45 between Laredo and Dallas, showing photographs of the family and the van. Dozens of law enforcement officers canvassed the area. On December 27th, a witness came forward. Jerry Paulson, who worked at a truck stop near Waco, remembered seeing a white van matching the description on the afternoon of December 24th. It was around 3 in the afternoon. A Hispanic family, 2 adults and 2 children, had come inside to use the restroom and buy snacks. The man had paid with cash. They seemed normal, not distressed or afraid. But Paulson also remembered seeing another man watching the family. This man, described as white, approximately 35 to 40 years old, wearing a denim jacket and a baseball cap, had been sitting in the truck stop's dining area. He had watched the Martinez family intently, particularly the children. After the family left, this man had also left, walking quickly to the parking lot. Paulson hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now, hearing about the missing family and the bloodied van, he realized he might have witnessed something significant. Police worked with him to create a composite sketch of the man in the denim jacket. Meanwhile, search teams were scouring the area around where the van had been found. They expanded their search to include wooded areas, fields, abandoned buildings, and bodies of water within a 50-mile radius. They were looking for 4 bodies, 2 adults and 2 children. On December 29th, a rancher in Ellis County found something disturbing on his property. In a remote wooded area about 8 miles from where the van had been discovered, he found a large amount of blood on the ground and signs that something heavy had been dragged through the underbrush. He contacted police immediately. Investigators descended on the location. Cadaver dogs were brought in. The dogs indicated strongly that human remains had been present at this location, but were no longer there. The blood was tested and confirmed to match the blood types of the Martinez family. Someone had brought the bodies here, but had then moved them again to a different location. Chapter 4. The Suspect. On January 2nd, 1997, police received a tip from an informant in Oklahoma. The informant claimed that a long-haul truck driver named Thomas Wayne Wiesenhant had been bragging at a truck stop about taking care of a family that had disrespected him on Christmas Eve. The informant didn't have details but thought it was worth reporting given the news coverage of the missing Martinez family. Thomas Wayne Wiesenhant was 37 years old, a driver for a commercial trucking company based in Oklahoma City. He had a criminal record including assault, theft, and weapons violations. He had served 2 years in prison in the late 1980s for armed robbery. Texas Rangers located Wiesenhant on January 3rd at a motel in Oklahoma City. He was taken into custody for questioning. Initially, he denied any knowledge of the Martinez family, but when investigators informed him that witness descriptions from the truck stop matched his appearance and that they had evidence linking him to the crime, his story began to change. According to Wiesenhant's eventual confession, he had been at the truck stop near Waco on the afternoon of December 24th. He had noticed the Martinez family, specifically the children, and had developed an obsession. He claimed the children reminded him of his own children, whom he hadn't seen in years after losing custody in a bitter divorce. "I just wanted to talk to them," he said. "I missed my kids. It was Christmas." He had followed the Martinez family when they left the truck stop. He followed their van for approximately 30 miles, waiting for an opportunity. When the van pulled off the highway at a rest area, Whisenhant parked nearby and approached Carlos Martinez, claiming he had car trouble and asking for help. When Carlos approached to assist, Whisenhant pulled a handgun, a 9mm semi-automatic, and forced the entire family back into their van. He made Carlos drive to a remote location off the highway, directing him down a series of county roads until they reached an isolated wooded area. What happened next was the subject of conflicting accounts. Whisenhant claimed the shooting was accidental, that he had only meant to scare the family and keep them there while he talked to the children. But the physical evidence told a different story. Carlos Martinez had been shot 3 times, once in the chest and twice in the head. Elena Martinez had been shot twice in the chest and once in the head. The children, 7-year-old Sofia and 5-year-old Diego, had each been shot once in the head. All the wounds were consistent with execution-style killings at close range. After killing the family, Whisenhant had driven the van back toward the highway, panicking as he realized the magnitude of what he had done. He had returned to the wooded area where the killings occurred, and dragged the bodies deeper into the woods, attempting to hide them. Then he had driven the van to the location on Interstate 45, where it was discovered, wiped down surfaces to remove fingerprints, and fled in his truck, which he had driven to the scene earlier and left parked nearby. But when investigators asked about the current location of the bodies, Whisenhant's story fell apart. He claimed he couldn't remember exactly where he had hidden them. He said he had been confused and not thinking straight. He led investigators to several locations, none of which yielded any remains. Chapter 5. The Search. The search for the Martinez family's bodies became one of the largest missing persons efforts in Texas history. Hundreds of volunteers joined law enforcement in searching thousands of acres of rural land. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging cameras flew over wooded areas. Ground-penetrating radar was used in suspected burial sites. Bloodhounds tracked scent trails. Divers searched reservoirs and ponds. But the bodies were never found. Whisenhant's refusal, or inability, to identify the location where he had hidden the remains became a central problem for the prosecution. Without bodies, proving murder beyond a reasonable doubt became more challenging, though not impossible. The blood evidence in the van, the shell casings, the witness identification, and Whisenhant's own confession provided substantial evidence. But families of victims typically want closure, want to bury their loved ones, want physical proof of what happened. The Martinez family, Carlos's mother, Elena's sister, and other relatives, organized their own searches, convinced that the bodies must be somewhere findable. They hired private investigators. They followed up on tips and rumors. They offered rewards for information, but nothing led to the discovery of the remains. One theory that emerged was that Whisenhant had returned to the location where he initially hid the bodies and moved them again to a more permanent hiding place, possibly using his access to remote areas as a truck driver to transport the remains far away from the crime scene, perhaps to another state entirely. But Whisenhant denied this, claiming he had no memory of moving the bodies after the initial hiding. Another theory suggested he might have disposed of the bodies in a way that destroyed them, perhaps burning them or submerging them in a deep body of water. But again, no evidence supported these theories beyond speculation. Chapter 6. Justice and Memory. Thomas Wayne Whisenhant was tried for the murders of Carlos, Elena, Sofia, and Diego Martinez in October of 1997. Despite the absence of bodies, the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence. The blood in the van matching all 4 victims. The shell casings matching a gun Whisenhant had owned. Witness testimony placing him at the truck stop watching the family. His own confession, and forensic evidence linking him to the van. The defense argued that without bodies, There was no proof the family was dead. Perhaps they had been killed by someone else, or perhaps they had somehow survived and were in hiding. But this argument was unconvincing, given the massive amount of blood found in the van and Weissenhant's detailed knowledge of the crime. The jury deliberated for 7 hours before returning guilty verdicts on 4 counts of first-degree murder. The penalty phase took 2 additional days. The jury recommended death sentences for all 4 murders, which the judge imposed. Weissenhant was placed on death row at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. He remained there for 23 years, appealing his convictions through multiple levels of courts. All appeals were denied. Throughout his incarceration, he consistently refused to reveal the location of the bodies, claiming he didn't remember. In interviews, Weissenhant showed no remorse. He spoke about the Martinez family as if they had wronged him in some way, though he could never articulate what they had supposedly done. Psychologists who examined him diagnosed antisocial personality disorder and narcissistic traits. He was deemed a psychopath incapable of empathy. On March 14, 2020, Thomas Wayne Weissenhant was executed by lethal injection at the Texas State Penitentiary in Huntsville. He was 60 years old. His last words were reportedly, "I hope they find peace." He did not reveal the location of the bodies. To this day, Carlos, Elena, Sofia, and Diego Martinez have never been found. They are missing persons, legally declared dead, but physically absent. Their family members have created a memorial in Laredo, where the 4 names are inscribed on a granite stone. Every Christmas, the memorial is decorated with flowers, candles, and wrapped presents, symbolic gifts for the family that never made it to their Christmas destination. The case remains one of the most frustrating in Texas law enforcement history, a crime solved in terms of identifying and convicting the perpetrator, but unsolved in terms of providing the most basic closure, the return of the victims' remains to their families. The white van, after being held as evidence for years, was eventually destroyed, but photographs of its blood-stained interior remain in case files, along with images of the Christmas presents that told the story of a family traveling to celebrate the holidays with loved ones. Those presents, meant to bring joy, instead became evidence in a murder trial. Chapter 7. The Horror. The unimaginable horror of this case extends beyond the murders themselves. The Martinez family was doing something completely ordinary, traveling to spend Christmas with relatives, bringing presents, planning to enjoy the holiday together. They had no warning, no reason to expect danger, no way to defend themselves when a predator decided to destroy them. Sofia and Diego Martinez were 7 and 5 years old. They had their whole lives ahead of them. They were excited about Christmas, about seeing their cousins, about opening presents. On December 24th, 1996, they were sitting in their family's van, probably playing with toys, probably asking, "Are we there yet?" as children do. And then a stranger with a gun appeared, and their world ended. Carlos and Elena tried to protect their children. The blood patterns in the van and Weissenhant's partial confession suggested Carlos had fought back, that Elena had begged for her children's lives, but against an armed assailant who had already decided to kill, they had no chance. The blood-stained presents revealed the horror most vividly. These were gifts, selected with care, wrapped with love, intended to bring happiness to family members on Christmas morning. Instead, they became soaked with the blood of the people who had brought them, silent witnesses to violence that should never have happened. The presents were eventually returned to the Martinez family members they had been intended for. Most were too blood-stained to keep, but some family members did keep them anyway, not because they wanted reminders of the tragedy, but because they were the last physical objects touched by their lost loved ones. One present in particular haunted investigators. It was wrapped in paper decorated with snowmen and candy canes. The tag read, "To Cousin Angela, from Sofia and Diego." Inside was a child's drawing. Sofia and Diego had drawn a picture of their family standing in front of a Christmas tree, with the words "Merry Christmas" written in crayon. Angela, who was 10 years old at the time, received the drawing years later after it had been processed as evidence. She kept it in a frame, a reminder of the cousins she would never see again. The horror of the case is also in what was stolen. Not just 4 lives, but futures, possibilities, dreams, experiences. Sophia would never grow up, never graduate, never fall in love, never have children. Diego would never learn to ride a bike, never play on a baseball team, never become the person he might have been. Carlos and Elena would never see their children grow up, never celebrate future Christmases, never experience the life they had worked so hard to build. And all of it was stolen by a stranger who saw them at a truck stop and decided, for reasons even he couldn't fully articulate, that their lives were his to take. The case stands as one of the most senseless, brutal, and heartbreaking crimes in American history. 4 people traveling to celebrate Christmas were murdered for no reason beyond a predator's twisted compulsion. Their bodies were hidden and never found, denying their family even the small comfort of burial and mourning at a gravesite. The white van found abandoned on Christmas morning, 1996, with its blood-stained presence, revealed a horror almost unimaginable. An entire family destroyed in an instant. Their holiday journey ending in violence and death, their remains lost forever, and their story preserved only in evidence photographs and the memories of those who loved them. Every Christmas, the Martinez family gathers at the memorial in Laredo. They speak the names: Carlos, Elena, Sofia, Diego. They place presents beneath the granite stone. They remember a Christmas Eve when 4 beloved family members left home expecting joy and found only horror. And they continue to hope that someday, somehow, the 4 lost ones will be found and finally brought home. Story 6. 16 people were invited for Christmas, 1987. None survived to see New Year. Chapter 1. The Family Gathering. Ronald Gene Simmons was 47 years old in December of 1987. He lived on a 46-acre property in Dover, Arkansas, a rural community in Pope County, with a population of barely 100 people. The property was remote, accessed by a long dirt road, surrounded by woods, and isolated enough that neighbors rarely saw or heard what happened there. Simmons had moved to Arkansas from New Mexico in 1981 with his family. He presented himself as a retired military man. He had served in the United States Navy for 22 years before retiring with a pension. He had a wife, Rebecca, who was 46 years old. They had 7 children, though the family structure was complicated and troubled in ways the community didn't fully understand. The Simmons household consisted of Ronald, Rebecca, and several of their adult children who still lived at home. Gene Jr., age 26, Loretta, 27, Eddie, 21, Marianne, 19, and Sheila, 17. 2 other children, Sylvia and Billy, lived nearby with their own families. There were also grandchildren, multiple young children born to the adult children still living in the home. The family was known in Dover as strange and insular. They rarely interacted with neighbors. The children were homeschooled and had little contact with other young people. Ronald Simmons was described by the few people who knew him as controlling, authoritarian, and temperamental. There were whispers about the family, rumors about improper relationships, concerns about the isolated way they lived. But in rural Arkansas in the 1980s, people generally minded their own business. In mid-December of 1987, Ronald Simmons began inviting family members to spend Christmas at the property. He contacted his adult children who lived elsewhere, Sylvia, Billy, and others, and told them he wanted the whole family together for the holidays. It would be a reunion, a celebration, a time to strengthen family bonds. 16 people accepted the invitation. They arrived in small groups over several days leading up to Christmas. Sylvia came with her husband Dennis McNulty and their child. Billy came with his wife and children. Other relatives arrived. The house filled with people, adults sleeping in bedrooms, children on couches and floors. Everyone crowded into the modest home. No one suspected that Ronald Simmons had been planning for months to kill them all. Chapter 2. The murders begin. The first person to die was likely Gene Simmons Jr., Ronald's eldest son. On December 22, 1987, Ronald shot him in the back of the head with a .22 caliber rifle. The killing happened quietly, perhaps while Jean was doing chores outside, perhaps while he was sleeping. Ronald hid the body in a storage shed on the property. Over the following days, Ronald systematically killed the rest of his family. He used multiple methods: shooting, strangling, drowning. He killed them when they were alone, when they were vulnerable, when they couldn't fight back or warn others. The sequence of deaths would later be partially reconstructed by investigators, though Ronald's own accounts were inconsistent. Rebecca, his wife, was killed on December 23rd. She was strangled and then shot. Her body was placed in the cesspit behind the house, a makeshift sewage disposal area that Ronald had dug years earlier. Loretta, the eldest daughter, was killed the same day. She was also strangled and shot. Her body joined Rebecca's in the cesspit. The grandchildren, toddlers and infants, ranging in age from a few months to 3 years old, were killed by drowning or suffocation. Ronald held them underwater in a rain barrel or smothered them with his hands. There were at least 4 young children murdered this way. Their tiny bodies were placed in the cesspit along with the adults. Eddie, Marianne, and Sheila, the younger adult children, were killed over the next 2 days. They were shot, their bodies hidden in various locations around the property. Some were placed in the cesspit. Others were stored in sheds or outbuildings. Dennis McNulty, Sylvia's husband, was shot on Christmas Day. He had apparently become suspicious about the disappearances of family members and had confronted Ronald. Ronald shot him and disposed of his body. Sylvia herself was killed on December 26th. According to Ronald's later confession, she had also asked questions about where everyone was. Ronald told her they had gone into town, then shot her when her back was turned. By December 27th, all 16 people who had come to the Simmons property for Christmas were dead. The house that had been full of life, adults talking, children playing, meals being prepared, was now silent, except for Ronald Simmons himself. He spent December 27th cleaning the house, organizing the bodies, and preparing for what would come next. Because Ronald Simmons wasn't finished killing, he had a list of other people he blamed for various grievances, and he intended to kill them too. Chapter 3. The spree continues. On the morning of December 28th, 1987, Ronald Simmons left his property and drove into the town of Russellville, about 10 miles from Dover. He was dressed neatly, driving his pickup truck, carrying a .22 caliber pistol and a .357 Magnum revolver. He looked like any other middle-aged man running errands the week after Christmas. His first stop was the offices of Sinclair Oil Company, where his former daughter-in-law Kathy Kendrick worked as a receptionist. Kathy had been married to Ronald's son Gene Jr. before their divorce years earlier. Ronald blamed Kathy for the breakdown of that marriage and for limiting his access to his grandson. Ronald entered the office at approximately 8:45 in the morning. He approached Kathy's desk. She looked up, recognized him, and barely had time to register alarm before he shot her twice in the chest. She died instantly. A co-worker, J.D. Chaffin, rushed forward to help. Ronald shot him once in the head, killing him immediately. Ronald left the building calmly, got back in his truck, and drove to his next destination. At 9:15, he arrived at the law offices of Peel, Eddy, and Gathright, where attorney Rusty Taylor worked. Taylor had represented Kathy Kendrick during her divorce from Gene Simmons Jr. Ronald blamed Taylor for the legal outcome and for the restrictions placed on his contact with his grandson. Ronald entered the office, asked the receptionist if Rusty Taylor was available, and was directed to a conference room. When Taylor emerged to greet who he thought was a potential client, Ronald shot him 4 times. Taylor died at the scene. Another person in the office, Jim Chaffin, the son of J.D. Chaffin, whom Ronald had just killed at the oil company, heard the shots and came running. Ronald shot him twice. Jim Chaffin survived his wounds but was critically injured. Ronald left the law office, again without hurrying, and drove to another location. He went to the Woodline Motor Freight Company, where he had a grudge against a former co-worker. But that person was not at work that day. Frustrated, Ronald drove around Russellville for approximately 30 minutes, apparently considering other targets. Finally, at 10 o'clock in the morning, he drove to a convenience store where he knew one more target would be Roberta Woolery, another woman he blamed for family problems. He found her in the parking lot, shot her twice, and killed her. By 10:15 on December 28th, Ronald Simmons had killed 21 people over the course of 6 days, 16 family members at his property, and 5 additional victims in Russellville. He had methodically executed his plan with cold calculation, and then he stopped. Chapter 4. The Arrest. After killing Roberta Woolery, Ronald Simmons drove back toward Dover, but instead of returning to his property, he went to the Russellville Police Department and walked through the front doors at approximately 10:30 in the morning. He approached the desk officer and said, "I've got a problem. I killed some people." Officers immediately drew their weapons and ordered him to the ground. He complied without resistance. He was handcuffed, searched, and found to be carrying both firearms still loaded. He was placed under arrest for murder. "How many people did you kill?" an officer asked. "I'm not sure," Ronald said calmly. 14, 16, maybe more. "You'll need to check my house." Pope County Sheriff's deputies and Arkansas State Police were immediately dispatched to the Simmons property in Dover. What they found there was one of the worst mass murder scenes in American history. Bodies were scattered across the property. Some were in the cesspit, a horrific discovery that required careful excavation. Others were in sheds, outbuildings, and hidden in the woods. The body of Gene Simmons Jr. was found in a storage building, partially covered with a tarp. The bodies of several children were found together, their small forms devastating to the hardened officers who discovered them. The house itself was eerily clean. Ronald had spent time organizing and tidying after the murders. There were Christmas decorations still up, a tree with lights, garland on the mantel. There were wrapped presents beneath the tree that would never be opened. In the kitchen, there was food rotting on the counter, meals that had been prepared and then abandoned as family members died one by one. The final body count from the property was 14 people: Rebecca Simmons, 46 Gene Simmons Jr., 26 Loretta Simmons, 27 Eddie Simmons, 21 Mary Ann Simmons, 19 Sheila Simmons, 17 Sylvia Simmons Gale, 24 Billy Simmons, 23 Dennis McNulty, 28 4 grandchildren, ages ranging from 3 months to 3 years. 2 additional family members whose identities were initially difficult to confirm due to decomposition. Combined with the 5 people killed in Russellville on December 28th, Ronald Simmons had murdered at least 19 people, possibly more. The investigation continued for weeks as forensic teams processed the massive crime scene. Chapter 5. The Confession. Ronald Gene Simmons confessed immediately and completely. He was eager to explain his actions, eager to justify what he had done. Over several days of interviews with law enforcement and prosecutors, he laid out his reasoning in chilling detail. According to Ronald, he had been planning the murders for months, possibly years. He blamed his family for disrespecting him, for betraying him, for failing to live up to his expectations. He particularly blamed his wife, Rebecca, and his eldest daughter, Loretta, for what he described as corrupting the family. Investigators soon discovered the dark secret underlying the murders. Ronald Simmons had been sexually abusing his daughters for years, possibly decades. Loretta had given birth to a child fathered by Ronald. Sheila had also been abused. The family structure that appeared strange to outsiders was actually a horror of incest, abuse, and control. When some of the adult children began to push back, when they began to seek independence or threaten to reveal the abuse, Ronald decided to eliminate all of them. He couldn't allow the truth to come out. He couldn't accept losing control. His solution was to kill everyone who knew the secret, which meant killing his entire family. "They were all against me," he told investigators. "They all wanted to destroy me. I had to defend myself." The logic was delusional, narcissistic, and evil. These were not people attacking him. These were victims of his abuse trying to survive. But in Ronald's twisted mind, He was the victim, and his family deserved to die. The additional murders in Russellville, the people killed at the oil company and the law office, were motivated by similar grievances. Ronald blamed these people for legal troubles, for divorces, for limiting his contact with grandchildren. In his mind, everyone who had ever opposed him or caused him problems deserved death. When asked why he had turned himself in, rather than continuing his rampage or fleeing, Ronald had a simple answer. I was finished. I killed everyone I needed to kill. There was nothing left to do. Chapter 6. Trial and Execution. Ronald Gene Simmons was tried for capital murder in June of 1988. The trial was one of the most horrific in Arkansas history. Evidence presented included photographs of the crime scenes, testimony from survivors, forensic evidence of the abuse that had occurred in the family for years, and Ronald's own detailed confessions. The defense attempted to argue insanity, that no sane person could commit such acts. But psychological evaluations determined that Ronald was legally sane. He understood the difference between right and wrong. He had planned the murders carefully. He had executed them methodically. He was a psychopath, certainly, but he was legally responsible for his actions. The jury deliberated less than 3 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all counts. During the penalty phase, Ronald himself told the jury, "I beg you to give me the death penalty. I want to die. I deserve to die for what I did." The jury obliged. He was sentenced to death. Ronald was also tried separately for the Russellville murders and received additional death sentences. In total, he was convicted of 14 counts of capital murder and multiple counts of attempted murder. While on death row, Ronald continued to insist he deserved execution. He refused to allow his attorneys to file appeals. He wanted the process to move forward as quickly as possible. He expressed no remorse for his victims, only a matter-of-fact acknowledgement that he had committed murder and should die for it. On June 25, 1990, less than 3 years after the murders, Ronald Gene Simmons was executed by lethal injection at the Cummins unit in Arkansas. He was 50 years old. His last words were reportedly brief: "Justice is served." He remains one of the only death row inmates in modern American history to actively seek his own execution and succeed in expediting the process. Chapter 7. The Aftermath. The murders committed by Ronald Gene Simmons devastated multiple families and an entire community. The victims ranged in age from a few months old to 46 years old. They included his wife, his children, his grandchildren, his son-in-law, and innocent people in Russellville who had the misfortune of being on his list. The property in Dover where 14 people were murdered was eventually seized by the state and sold. The new owners demolished all the buildings and cleared the land, unable to imagine living where such horror had occurred. The land remains undeveloped. A memorial was established in Russellville honoring the victims. Their names are inscribed on a granite stone, remembering not just how they died, but that they lived, that they mattered, that they were loved by people beyond Ronald Simmons's twisted worldview. The case prompted discussions about child abuse, incest, and the warning signs of family dysfunction. Multiple neighbors and community members admitted after the fact that they had noticed strange things about the Simmons family, but hadn't reported concerns. The isolation of the family, the control Ronald exerted, the homeschooling that kept the children away from mandated reporters, all of these factors allowed abuse to continue for years without intervention. Survivors of the Russellville shootings, particularly Jim Chaffin, who survived being shot twice, struggled with physical and psychological trauma. Chaffin eventually recovered from his wounds, but carried the scars for the rest of his life. He spoke publicly about the randomness of violence, the senselessness of being targeted by someone whose grievances were entirely imagined. The case is studied in criminal justice courses as an example of family annihilation, a specific type of mass murder where a perpetrator kills multiple members of their own family. These cases are relatively rare, but almost always involve a family structure where abuse, control, and dysfunction have been present for years. What makes the Simmons case particularly disturbing is the scale and the premeditation. Ronald invited people to his home for Christmas specifically to kill them. He lured family members with promises of celebration and reunion, then murdered them one by one. He killed infants and toddlers who had done nothing wrong, who couldn't possibly have threatened him in any way, simply because they were connected to people he wanted to eliminate. The Christmas context adds another layer of horror. The holiday that should represent family, joy, and peace became the setting for one of the worst family annihilations in American history. The Christmas tree stood in the living room while bodies piled up outside. Wrapped presents sat unopened while children died. The symbols of celebration became markers of tragedy. 16 people were invited for Christmas, 1987. None survived to see New Year. They died because one man's narcissism, rage, and evil overwhelmed any capacity for love, empathy, or humanity. They died because they had the misfortune of being related to a monster who saw them not as people, but as problems to be eliminated. Their names deserve to be remembered. Rebecca Simmons, Gene Simmons Jr., Loretta Simmons, Eddie Simmons, Marianne Simmons, Sheila Simmons, Sylvia Gale, Billy Simmons, Dennis McNulty, and the grandchildren whose names remain partially withheld to protect their memory, and the Russellville victims, Kathy Kendrick, J.D. Chaffin, Rusty Taylor, and Roberta Woolery. 19 lives destroyed, families shattered, a community traumatized, all because of one man's decision that anyone who opposed him deserved to die. Ronald Gene Simmons is dead, executed in 1990, but the horror he created that Christmas season in 1987 remains in memory, in case files, and in the hearts of those who knew and loved his victims. The case stands as one of the darkest chapters in American crime history, a reminder that evil can wear a familiar face, live in an ordinary house, and destroy lives with methodical calculation. The invitation to Christmas became an invitation to death, and no one who accepted that invitation lived to tell about what happened in the final moments of their lives. Story 7. A man dressed as Santa opened gifts with his children. 30 minutes later, 7 were dead. Chapter 1. Christmas Morning. Robert Michael Fisher woke early on Christmas morning, 1991. It was just after 6 o'clock, and the house in suburban Toledo, Ohio was still dark and quiet. Robert lay in bed beside his wife Jennifer for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing through calculations and consequences. Then he got up, showered, and dressed in the Santa Claus costume he had purchased weeks earlier at a party supply store. The costume was standard: red suit with white trim, black belt, white beard, red hat with white pom-pom. Robert studied himself in the bathroom mirror. At 38 years old, he looked older than his years. Financial stress, marital problems, and the weight of secrets he had been hiding had aged him. But in the Santa suit, with the fake beard covering most of his face, he looked almost jolly, almost festive, almost like someone who brought joy instead of death. He went downstairs to the living room where the Christmas tree stood, covered with lights and ornaments, presents piled beneath it. He had insisted on setting up the tree himself this year, had insisted on doing all the Christmas preparations. Jennifer had been puzzled by his sudden enthusiasm. Robert had never been particularly interested in Christmas traditions before, but she had welcomed his involvement. She didn't know that Robert had spent the past 3 weeks planning to murder everyone in the house. At 6:30, Robert heard movement upstairs. His 3 children, Michael, age 8, Stephanie, age 6, and Grace, age 4, were waking up, excited for Christmas morning. He heard them whispering to each other, heard their feet padding across the floor as they gathered in the hallway, building courage to go wake their parents and start opening presents. "Ho, ho, ho!" Robert called up the stairs in his deepest Santa voice. "Is anyone awake up there?" The response was immediate. Squeals of delight, thundering footsteps, 3 children racing down the stairs in their pajamas to find Santa Claus in their living room. "Santa!" Grace shouted, her 4-year-old face lit with pure joy. "You're really here!" "I wanted to make sure my favorite children got their presents," Robert said, maintaining the Santa voice, feeling something twist in his chest as he looked at their innocent faces. For just a moment, He considered abandoning his plan, but then he remembered the financial collapse, the divorce papers Jennifer had filed in secret, the custody arrangement that would take his children away, the humiliation of losing everything, and the twisted darkness in his mind reasserted itself. Jennifer came downstairs a few minutes later, smiling at the scene. Robert in the Santa costume. The children gathered around him excitedly. "You really went all out," she said. "This is wonderful." Behind her came Jennifer's parents, who were staying with the family for the holidays. Robert's mother was also visiting, sleeping in the guest room. The house was full of family, everyone gathered for Christmas morning, everyone about to participate in the ritual of opening presents and eating breakfast and celebrating together. Everyone about to die. Chapter 2. 30 minutes of normal. For 30 minutes, everything proceeded normally. Robert, still in his Santa costume, handed out presents to the children, maintaining the jovial character, making jokes, watching as Michael, Stephanie, and Grace tore through wrapping paper with the wild enthusiasm of children on Christmas morning. Jennifer's mother, Dorothy, made coffee in the kitchen. Jennifer's father, Harold, sat in his armchair videotaping the scene, wanting to preserve this Christmas morning for future memories. Robert's mother, Patricia, helped the younger children open presents that had too much tape or complicated packaging. The living room filled with the sounds of happiness, children laughing, adults chatting, wrapping paper rustling. The Christmas tree lights blinked in patterns. A holiday music CD played softly from the stereo. Through the front windows, snow could be seen falling gently, creating the perfect white Christmas scene. Michael opened a new bicycle. Stephanie opened a dollhouse she had been asking for all year. Grace opened a stuffed animal collection. Jennifer opened a necklace from Robert. He had purchased it 2 weeks earlier, already knowing she would never live to wear it. Robert's mind was racing beneath the Santa beard. He watched the clock on the mantel. 6:55, 7 o'clock, 7:15. He needed to wait until everyone was distracted, until everyone was focused on presents and not paying attention to him. He needed the right moment. At 7:20, Jennifer's father Harold set down the video camera and announced he was going to make breakfast. "Who wants pancakes?" he called out. The children cheered. Everyone began shifting position. Harold heading to the kitchen, Dorothy following to help, Patricia gathering wrapping paper to throw away, Jennifer helping Grace with a toy that needed batteries installed. This was the moment. Robert stood up from where he had been sitting by the Christmas tree. "I'll be right back," he said. "Santa needs to check on something upstairs." No one paid attention. Everyone was distracted. Robert walked calmly up the stairs to the master bedroom, still wearing the Santa costume. He went to the closet where, 3 weeks earlier, he had hidden a 9mm handgun wrapped in a towel behind his winter coats. He retrieved it, checked that it was loaded, and tucked it into the Santa suit's belt, hidden by the jacket's fold. Then he returned downstairs. Chapter 3. The Massacre. Robert entered the kitchen where Harold was mixing pancake batter and Dorothy was setting the table. Neither of them turned around immediately. Robert pulled the gun from his belt, raised it, and shot Harold in the back of the head. Harold collapsed forward into the counter, dead instantly. Dorothy screamed and turned toward Robert. He shot her twice in the chest. She fell backward against the refrigerator and slid to the floor, leaving a trail of blood. The gunshots brought everyone running. Patricia, Robert's mother, appeared in the kitchen doorway. "Robert, what?" She didn't finish the sentence. Robert shot her once in the face. She dropped where she stood. Jennifer came running from the living room, her face transformed from confusion to horror in an instant when she saw the bodies, saw her husband holding a gun, saw the Santa suit now splattered with blood. "Robert, no!" she screamed. "What are you—" He shot her 3 times. Chest, abdomen. She fell backward into the hallway, gasping, trying to speak, blood spreading across her shirt. She would die within minutes, but not instantly. She was conscious long enough to hear what happened next. The 3 children had frozen in the living room at the sound of the first gunshots. Now they were crying, screaming, calling for their mother. 8-year-old Michael had enough awareness to understand something terrible was happening. He grabbed his younger sisters and tried to pull them toward the front door. Robert walked into the living room, still dressed as Santa Claus, still holding the gun. His own children looked at him with terror and confusion, their father, dressed as the symbol of Christmas joy, pointing a weapon at them. "Daddy, please," Michael said, his voice breaking. "Please don't." Robert shot him once in the head. The boy fell across the pile of opened presents, blood staining the wrapping paper. Stephanie was screaming now, a high-pitched wail of pure terror. She tried to run past Robert toward the front door. He grabbed her with his free hand, held her still, and shot her once in the head at point-blank range. She died instantly. 4-year-old Grace had crawled behind the couch, making herself as small as possible, sobbing. Robert walked around the couch, found her huddled there, clutching the stuffed animal she had just opened minutes earlier, and shot her once in the head. Then the house was silent, except for the Christmas music still playing on the stereo, and Jennifer's gasping breaths from the hallway. Robert stood in the center of his living room, surrounded by 7 bodies, his wife, his 3 children, his mother, and his in-laws. Blood was everywhere. The Christmas tree lights continued to blink. Presents lay scattered among the dead. Jennifer was still alive, barely. Robert walked over to where she lay in the hallway, her eyes open, her lips moving soundlessly. He stood over her for a moment, looking down at the woman he had married 11 years earlier, the woman who had given him 3 children, the woman who had tried to leave him and take everything he valued. "This is your fault," he said quietly. "You were going to take them from me. I couldn't let that happen." Then he put the gun to his own head and pulled the trigger. Chapter 4. The Discovery. The 911 call came in at 7:48 a.m. A neighbor, Mrs. Patricia Owens, had heard what sounded like multiple gunshots coming from the Fisher house next door. She had waited a few minutes, uncertain if what she heard was actually gunfire, or perhaps firecrackers or a car backfiring. But when she heard no other sounds, no signs of activity, she became concerned and called police. Toledo Police Department units were dispatched at 7:50. Officers arrived at 7:54 to find the Fisher house appearing normal from the outside. Christmas lights on, cars in the driveway, no obvious signs of disturbance. They knocked on the front door. No answer. They knocked again, announced their presence. Still no response. Standard procedure for a possible shots-fired call required entry. Officers forced the front door and entered the house, weapons drawn. The scene they encountered was beyond anything most of them had ever witnessed. Bodies were visible immediately. In the hallway, the living room, the kitchen. Blood was everywhere. A man in a Santa Claus costume lay dead near the Christmas tree, a gun beside him. Brain matter and blood on the carpet. Around him were the bodies of 3 children, still in their Christmas pajamas, presents scattered among them. One officer ran back outside and vomited. Another radioed for multiple ambulances and crime scene units. Within minutes, the quiet suburban street was filled with emergency vehicles, their lights flashing red and blue against the white snow. Paramedics who entered the house found 8 bodies total, later corrected to 7 when it was determined that Jennifer Fisher had died before their arrival. There were no survivors. The entire family, plus visiting relatives, had been wiped out. The video camera that Harold had been using to record Christmas morning was still on, its battery dead, its memory card full. When investigators later reviewed the footage, they found the last 30 minutes of the Fisher family's life. Children opening presents, adults chatting, a man in a Santa suit playing the role perfectly. The video cut off abruptly when Harold set down the camera to make breakfast. The audio, however, continued recording for several more minutes, capturing the gunshots, the screams, and then silence. Chapter 5. The investigation detective Sarah Brennan was called to the scene at 8:15 a.m. on Christmas morning. She had been at home with her own family, about to start opening presents with her children, when the call came. She arrived to find the Fisher house cordoned off with crime scene tape, officers standing guard, paramedics packing up their equipment with grim faces. "It's everyone," the first responding officer told her quietly. "Whole family. The father did it, then killed himself." 3 kids, all under 10 years old. Detective Brennan had investigated dozens of homicides during her career, but nothing prepared her for what she found inside the Fisher house. The juxtaposition of Christmas joy and mass murder was surreal and horrifying. Presents under the tree, some still wrapped, a breakfast table set with plates and silverware, holiday music still playing on repeat, and bodies everywhere, blood soaking into the carpet, the smell of death mixing with the scent of pine from the Christmas tree. The investigation of the scene took the entire day. Forensic teams photographed every angle, collected evidence, documented the position of each body. The medical examiner arrived to conduct preliminary examinations before the bodies were transported to the morgue. The sequence of events was relatively clear, based on the physical evidence and the partial video recording. Robert Fisher had shot the adults first, Jennifer's parents in the kitchen, his mother in the doorway, then Jennifer in the hallway. He had then shot his 3 children in the living room before turning the gun on himself. All of the victims except Jennifer had died instantly, or within seconds. Jennifer had lived for perhaps 5 to 10 minutes after being shot, long enough to hear her children die. The medical examiner noted this in his report as one of the most tragic details of an already unimaginably tragic case. But the question that drove the investigation was simple. Why? Detective Brennan began by interviewing neighbors, friends, and family members who knew the Fishers. A picture emerged of a family in crisis, though most people hadn't realized how severe the problems were. Robert Fisher had owned a small accounting firm that had failed earlier in 1991. He had lost most of his clients, accumulated substantial debt, and been forced to close the business. He had found work at a larger firm, but was making significantly less money than before. The family's financial situation had deteriorated rapidly. Jennifer had been working as a teacher to supplement the income, but it wasn't enough to maintain their lifestyle. The house had a mortgage they were struggling to pay. Credit cards were maxed out. Bill collectors were calling constantly. Friends reported that the marriage had been strained for years. Robert was described as controlling and jealous, prone to mood swings, demanding that Jennifer account for her time and movements. Jennifer had confided to a close friend that she was afraid of Robert, that he had become increasingly angry and erratic. Most critically, Detective Brennan discovered that Jennifer had filed for divorce on December 10th, 1991, exactly 2 weeks before Christmas. The papers had been served to Robert on December 12th. Jennifer was requesting full custody of the children, citing Robert's unstable mental state and concerning behavior. She was also requesting the house and child support. Robert had been served with divorce papers that would take away his children, his home, and what remained of his financial stability. According to co-workers at his new job, Robert had seemed withdrawn and strange in the days following. He had taken several days off work the week before Christmas, claiming he needed to handle family matters. What he had actually been doing was planning murder. Investigators found evidence that Robert had purchased the gun used in the killings 3 weeks before Christmas, paying cash at a gun show where no background check was required. He had bought the Santa costume at the same time. He had withdrawn $5,000 in cash from a shared bank account, money Jennifer didn't know about. A notebook found in Robert's car contained handwritten notes that appeared to be his planning process. The notes were chilling in their cold calculation. Christmas morning. Everyone together. Kids distracted. Quick and efficient. No hesitation. They won't feel pain. Better than losing them to divorce. Better than them growing up without me. If I can't have my family, no one can. The final line was underscored 3 times. If I can't have my family, no one can. This was a family annihilation murder-suicide, driven by a toxic combination of financial failure, loss of control, narcissistic rage, and the inability to accept that his wife was leaving him. Robert Fisher couldn't tolerate the idea of losing his children to a custody arrangement. He couldn't tolerate the humiliation of divorce and poverty. His solution was to destroy everything. Chapter 6. The Aftermath. The Fisher family murders on Christmas morning, 1991, shocked the Toledo community and made national news. 7 people dead, including 3 young children, killed by a father dressed as Santa Claus, while they opened Christmas presents. The story was almost too horrific to believe. The funerals were held in early January at a large church in Toledo. Hundreds of people attended to mourn Jennifer, Michael, Stephanie, Grace, Dorothy, Harold, and Patricia. 7 caskets, 3 of them heartbreakingly small. Robert Fisher's body was cremated separately. No service was held for him, and his ashes were disposed of without ceremony. Jennifer's sister, Karen Paulson, spoke at the funeral. She talked about how Jennifer had been trying to escape an abusive marriage, how she had been planning to start a new life with her children, how she had been brave enough to file for divorce, despite her fear of Robert's reaction. Jennifer knew he was dangerous, Karen said through tears. She told me she was afraid, but she also thought he would just let them go eventually, that he would move on. None of us imagined he was capable of this. None of us thought he would kill his own children. The Fisher house was sold within months, purchased by investors who demolished it and rebuilt on the lot. No family wanted to live in a house where such a massacre had occurred. The new house that stands there now looks nothing like the original. The architecture, the layout, everything is different, an attempt to erase the memory of what happened. The case prompted discussions about warning signs of domestic violence and family annihilation. Experts noted that men who commit these crimes share common characteristics: extreme need for control, narcissistic personality traits, financial or personal failure, an imminent loss of family through divorce or separation. Robert Fisher fit the profile perfectly, said Dr. Michael Stone, a forensic psychiatrist who studied the case. He was losing control of his life, his business failed, his wife was leaving him, his children would be taken away. Men like this often see their family as possessions, rather than as independent people. When they face losing those possessions, they would rather destroy them than let anyone else have them. The video footage from Christmas morning, found on Harold's camera, was never released to the public, but was reviewed by investigators and used as evidence in the closed case file. Those who viewed it described it as unbearably sad, watching a family enjoy their last moments of happiness, children laughing and playing, completely unaware that their father was planning to kill them all within minutes. One particular moment on the video haunted Detective Brennan for years afterward. At one point, 4-year-old Grace climbed onto Robert's lap while he was still in the Santa costume, hugged him, and said, "I love you, Daddy." Robert hugged her back and said, "I love you too, sweetheart." Less than 10 minutes later, he shot her in the head. "How do you reconcile that?" Brennan said in an interview years later. "How does a person hug their child, tell them they love them, and then murder them minutes later? I've investigated hundreds of cases, but I've never understood that level of evil. The case remains one of the most horrific family annihilations in Ohio history. The image of a father dressed as Santa Claus, surrounded by Christmas presents and dead children, became a symbol of how the holiday that represents love and family can be perverted by evil. Chapter 7. The Survivor. There was one survivor of the Fisher family massacre, though not a person. The video camera that Harold had used to record Christmas morning captured the sounds of the murder even after the video stopped. Law enforcement used the audio to verify the timeline and sequence of events. But more significantly, that footage preserved the last happy moments of the Fisher children's lives. Michael, Stephanie, and Grace, laughing, playing, opening presents, being children on Christmas morning. Their voices, their joy, their innocence, all preserved digitally, existing beyond their deaths. The footage was sealed as evidence and eventually stored in the Toledo Police Department's archives. Jennifer's sister Karen requested a copy years later, wanting to remember the children as they were in those final happy moments, rather than as victims of their father's violence. She was given an edited version that ended before the killings began. "I watch it sometimes on Christmas," Karen said. "It's painful, but it's also the only video we have of them being truly happy. I want to remember them that way, excited about Christmas, full of life, loved and safe, even though I know what's about to happen. For those 30 minutes on the video, they're still alive, still okay." The case has been studied extensively in criminal psychology courses, law enforcement training, and domestic violence prevention programs. It's used as an example of how quickly domestic situations can escalate to lethal violence, how men facing loss of control can become catastrophically dangerous, and how warning signs are often visible in retrospect but missed in real time. Jennifer Fisher had told friends she was afraid of Robert. She had filed for divorce, but she had also allowed him to stay in the house through the holidays, thinking that giving him Christmas with the children would help ease the transition. She had tried to be kind, to be fair, to minimize conflict, and that decision had cost her and her children their lives. Victims of domestic violence face impossible choices, said Maria Hernandez, director of a domestic violence shelter who studied the Fisher case. If they leave suddenly, they risk provoking violence. If they try to leave gradually and kindly, they risk giving the abuser time to plan. There is no safe way out when you're dealing with someone who sees killing the family as a viable option. Jennifer did what seemed reasonable, and she died for it. The Fisher case stands as a grim reminder that the most dangerous time in an abusive relationship is when the victim tries to leave. Statistically, women are most likely to be killed by their partners during the separation process. Robert Fisher's response to divorce was extreme but not unique. Family annihilations occur regularly, almost always committed by men who have lost or are about to lose control of their families. What made the Fisher case particularly shocking was the Christmas timing and the Santa costume. Robert had planned the murders to occur during what should have been the happiest family time of the year. He had dressed as Santa Claus, played the role convincingly, made his children happy for 30 minutes, and then slaughtered them. The perversity of using Santa Claus, a symbol of childhood joy and magic, as the costume for mass murder, added an extra layer of horror to an already unthinkable crime. For years afterward, some residents of the Toledo neighborhood where the Fishers lived couldn't bring themselves to celebrate Christmas normally. Children who had known Michael, Stephanie, and Grace struggled with the association between Santa Claus and violent death. The case ultimately illustrates a dark truth about family violence. The people we should be able to trust most, parents, spouses, family members, can sometimes be the most dangerous. Robert Fisher's children trusted him absolutely. When he appeared dressed as Santa on Christmas morning, they were delighted, not afraid. They had no concept that their father could hurt them. That trust, that love, that childlike faith in parental protection. Robert Fisher destroyed all of it in less than 5 minutes of shooting. 7 people died because one man couldn't accept losing control of his life. 3 children who had been opening presents and laughing 30 minutes earlier were dead, killed by the same hands that had helped them open those presents. A man dressed as Santa opened gifts with his children on Christmas morning, 1991. 30 minutes later, 7 people were dead, 3 of them children under the age of 10. The presents remained under the tree, some unopened, others scattered across a floor now covered in blood. The Christmas lights continued to blink, and Robert Fisher lay dead in his Santa costume, having destroyed his entire family and then himself, leaving behind only questions about how a human being becomes capable of such evil. Story 8. 4 teens went out to kill on Christmas Eve 1992. 9 people died in 3 days. Chapter 1. Christmas Eve. Marcus Webb was 17 years old on December 24, 1992. He lived in Shreveport, Louisiana, in a neighborhood marked by poverty, crime, and limited opportunities. He had dropped out of high school the previous year, had a juvenile record including theft and assault, and was affiliated with a local street gang. He spent most of his time with 3 friends: Derek Coleman, 16, Jason Trent, 17, and Anthony Hayes, 16. The 4 teenagers had been talking for weeks about making a name for themselves, about proving they were serious, about doing something that would earn respect from the older gang members who controlled the drug trade and criminal activities in their neighborhood. They talked about robbery, about violence, about showing they weren't afraid to kill. On Christmas Eve, they decided to act. The 4 met at an abandoned house they used as a hangout around 8 o'clock in the evening. Marcus brought a .38 caliber revolver he had stolen from his uncle's house. Derek brought a 9mm pistol he had purchased on the street for $200. Jason and Anthony didn't have guns but carried knives. "Tonight we start," Marcus said. "We're going to hit some places, get some money, show everyone what we're about, and if anyone gets in the way, we handle it. No hesitation. We're soldiers now." The others agreed. They were high on a combination of marijuana and cheap alcohol, amped up on adrenaline and teenage bravado, convinced they were invincible. None of them had killed anyone before, but all of them were willing to start. Their first target was a convenience store on the east side of Shreveport. They drove there in a stolen Honda Civic that Derek had taken from a parking lot earlier in the day. At 9:15 p.m., all four entered the store wearing bandanas over their faces. The clerk behind the counter was James Patterson, a 58-year-old man working the night shift to earn extra money for Christmas presents for his grandchildren. He saw the four young men enter, saw the guns, and immediately reached for the phone to call police. Marcus shot him twice in the chest before he could dial. James fell behind the counter, dying. The teenagers grabbed approximately $300 from the register, some cigarettes and beer, and fled. Their first murder had taken less than 2 minutes. Chapter 2. The spree begins. Killing James Patterson broke whatever psychological barrier might have existed for the four teenagers. They had crossed the line from criminals to murderers, and instead of feeling remorse or fear, they felt power. "That was easy," Derek said as they drove away from the convenience store. "Did you see how fast he went down? This is nothing. We can do whatever we want." They drove through Shreveport for the next hour, drinking the stolen beer, smoking marijuana, discussing where to hit next. Around 10:30, they spotted an elderly couple walking to their car outside a grocery store. The couple, Robert and Helen Morrison, both in their 70s, were carrying bags of groceries to their vehicle. The four teenagers pulled up beside them in the parking lot. Marcus and Derek got out of the car, guns drawn. "Give us your money," Marcus demanded. Robert Morrison, a retired factory worker, tried to protect his wife. He stepped in front of her and told the boys to leave them alone. Derek shot him once in the head. He fell instantly, dead, before he hit the pavement. Helen screamed. Marcus shot her twice in the chest to silence her. She collapsed beside her husband. The teenagers took Helen's purse, containing $60, and Robert's wallet, containing $40. Then they drove away, leaving the couple dead in the grocery store parking lot among spilled groceries and Christmas shopping. 2 more murders. The death toll was now 3, and the night was young. Around midnight, as Christmas Eve turned into Christmas Day, the four drove into a rural area outside Shreveport. They were looking for isolated houses to rob. At 12:30 a.m. they found one, a small farmhouse set back from the road, lights on inside, a single car in the driveway. They approached the house on foot, leaving the stolen car parked down the road. Jason knocked on the door while the others hid to the side. After a moment, the door opened. A man in his 40s, Daniel Foster, stood in the doorway looking confused about who would be knocking after midnight on Christmas. "Help you?" he asked. The 4 teenagers rushed him, pushing into the house. Daniel fought back, trying to defend his home. Jason stabbed him multiple times while Marcus hit him with the gun. Daniel's wife, Carol, heard the commotion and came running from the bedroom. Derek shot her twice. She died in the hallway. Daniel, bleeding from multiple stab wounds, tried to crawl toward the phone. Marcus shot him once in the head, ending his resistance. The teenagers ransacked the house, taking jewelry, electronics, approximately $800 in cash that Daniel had withdrawn for Christmas shopping, and car keys. They took Daniel's truck, leaving their stolen Honda behind, and drove away from their 5th murder scene. Chapter 3. Christmas Day. The 4 teenagers spent Christmas Day hiding in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Shreveport, drinking, doing drugs, and counting their stolen money. They had approximately $1,100 total, not nearly as much as they had expected for 5 murders. But the money wasn't really the point anymore. They had discovered that killing gave them a sense of power and importance they had never felt before. "We're famous now," Anthony said. Police are looking for us. Everyone's talking about us. We're not nobody anymore. They listened to news reports on a portable radio. The murders had been discovered. James Patterson's body had been found at the convenience store. Robert and Helen Morrison had been found in the grocery store parking lot. Daniel and Carol Foster had been found at their farmhouse. Police were calling it a crime spree, possibly gang-related, extremely dangerous. The public was warned to be cautious, to avoid being out alone, to report suspicious activity. Marcus felt a surge of pride hearing the news. "That's us," he said. "We did that. We're what they're talking about." As evening approached on Christmas Day, the four decided to continue. They had killed 5 people and hadn't been caught. They felt invincible. They took Daniel Foster's stolen truck and drove back into Shreveport, looking for more targets. Around 9 p.m., they spotted a young woman walking alone on a residential street. She was 23-year-old Amanda Price, a nursing student who had spent Christmas with her family and was walking back to her apartment a few blocks away. The truck pulled up beside her. "Need a ride?" Derek called out. "No thanks," Amanda said, continuing to walk. The four got out of the truck and grabbed her. She screamed and fought, but they dragged her into an alley beside a closed business. She was raped by all 4, then stabbed to death by Jason. Her body was left in the alley, hidden behind a dumpster. She wouldn't be found until the next morning. 6 murders. Chapter 4. December 26th. By December 26th, law enforcement agencies throughout Louisiana were actively searching for the perpetrators of what was now being called one of the most violent crime sprees in state history. 6 people were dead in less than 48 hours. The murders appeared to be random, targeting vulnerable victims: an elderly couple, a convenience store clerk, a couple at home, a young woman alone. There was no pattern except violence and opportunity. The 4 teenagers were aware police were searching for them, but remained convinced they wouldn't be caught. They had abandoned Daniel Foster's stolen truck and stolen another vehicle, a van belonging to a church that they found unlocked in a parking lot. They continued to hide in abandoned buildings, moving every few hours to avoid detection. On the afternoon of December 26th, they were hungry and desperate for more money. Their stolen cash was running low. They had spent much of it on drugs and alcohol. They decided to rob a gas station. At approximately 4 p.m., they entered a gas station on the south side of Shreveport. The clerk was a college student named Brian Matthews, 20 years old, working part-time to pay for school. When he saw 4 young men enter wearing bandanas and carrying guns, he immediately raised his hands. "Take whatever you want," he said. "I won't resist." Marcus shot him anyway. Brian fell behind the counter, critically wounded but still alive. The teenagers took approximately $200 from the register and fled, leaving Brian bleeding out. He would survive long enough to be found by the next customer 15 minutes later and transported to a hospital, where he would die during surgery. 7 murders. 2 hours later, around 6 p.m., the 4 spotted an older man pumping gas at a station across town. The man was Michael Torres, 62 years old, a retired teacher. He was alone, standing beside his car, unaware of any danger. Derek walked up behind him and shot him once in the back of the head, execution style. Michael fell dead beside his car. Derek took his wallet, containing $90, and his watch. The killing was so quick and casual that other customers at the gas station didn't immediately realize what had happened. By the time someone screamed and called 911, the 4 teenagers were gone. 8 murders. Chapter 5. The End. By the evening of December 26th, the Shreveport Police Department, Louisiana State Police, and FBI were all involved in the manhunt. The crime spree had reached a level of violence and brazenness that demanded massive response. Roadblocks were set up throughout the area. Every available officer was working the case. The city was on high alert. At approximately 8 p.m., a patrol officer spotted the stolen church van parked behind an abandoned factory building. He called for backup and approached carefully. He could see movement inside the building through broken windows. Within 20 minutes, the abandoned factory was surrounded by dozens of officers, SWAT teams, and federal agents. Negotiators attempted to make contact with whoever was inside. Eventually, one of the teenagers, Anthony Hayes, yelled out that they were inside. They had guns, and they weren't surrendering. The standoff lasted 4 hours. During that time, the 4 teenagers inside discussed their options. They could try to shoot their way out, almost certainly resulting in their deaths. They could surrender and spend the rest of their lives in prison, or they could kill themselves and go out on their own terms. Around midnight, the teenagers stopped responding to negotiators. The decision was made to deploy tear gas and force entry. SWAT teams broke through doors and windows simultaneously, flooding the building with gas and moving in with weapons drawn. They found the 4 teenagers in a central room, sitting on the floor, hands raised, crying, their guns discarded beside them. They had decided to surrender. The brief reign of terror was over. Marcus Webb, Derek Coleman, Jason Trent, and Anthony Hayes were taken into custody without resistance. They were transported to separate detention facilities and interrogated through the night. By morning, all 4 had confessed to their roles in the murders. On December 27th, police discovered a 9th victim. The body of Sandra Mills, a 48-year-old woman, was found in a rural area outside Shreveport. She had been shot twice and appeared to have been killed on December 25th, though her body wasn't found until the 27th. Investigation revealed that the 4 teenagers had killed her during the afternoon of Christmas Day, a murder they hadn't mentioned in their initial confessions because they had been too high to remember it clearly. 9 murders in 3 days. Chapter 6. Justice. The trials of Marcus Webb, Derek Coleman, Jason Trent, and Anthony Hayes took place in 1993 and 1994. All 4 were tried as adults, despite being juveniles at the time of the murders. Louisiana law allowed juvenile offenders to be transferred to adult court for particularly heinous crimes, and the prosecutors argued, successfully, that the crime spree qualified. The evidence against all 4 was overwhelming. Confessions, forensic evidence linking them to multiple crime scenes, witness identifications, stolen property found in their possession, and ballistic matches between their guns and bullets recovered from victims. The defense attorneys attempted various strategies. Some argued diminished capacity due to drug and alcohol use. Others argued difficult childhoods, poverty, lack of opportunities, exposure to violence. But none of these arguments excused or explained the deliberate, cold-blooded murder of 9 innocent people over 3 days. Marcus Webb, as the oldest and the apparent leader, received the harshest sentence: 9 death sentences, 1 for each victim. Derek Coleman received 8 death sentences and 1 life sentence. Jason Trent and Anthony Hayes, being 16 at the time of the murders, received multiple life sentences without possibility of parole. Louisiana law prohibited executing offenders who were under 17 at the time of their crimes. All 4 remain incarcerated. Marcus Webb is on death row at Louisiana State Penitentiary. Derek Coleman is also on death row. Jason Trent and Anthony Hayes are serving their life sentences at different facilities. None have expressed genuine remorse in interviews, though all have claimed they were different people back then, that drugs and peer pressure influenced their actions, that they deserve second chances. The families of the 9 victims have consistently opposed any reduction in sentences or consideration of parole for the 2 serving life terms. At every hearing, family members appear to speak about their lost loved ones and to argue that the perpetrators should never be released. Chapter 7. The Victims. 9 people died during the Christmas crime spree of 1992. James Patterson, 58, convenience store clerk, grandfather of 4. He was working the night shift on Christmas Eve to earn extra money for presents. His grandchildren never got those presents. His funeral was attended by more than 200 people. Robert Morrison, 73, and Helen Morrison, 71, married for 52 years. They were shot in a grocery store parking lot while carrying Christmas groceries to their car. They left behind 3 children and 8 grandchildren. Daniel Foster, 44, and Carol Foster, 42, married for 20 years. They were killed during a home invasion on Christmas morning. Their 2 adult children found their bodies the next day. The family sold the farmhouse. No one could live there after what happened. Amanda Price, 23, nursing student. She was walking home from Christmas dinner with her family when she was abducted, raped, and murdered. She had been planning to graduate in 6 months and work in pediatric nursing. Her mother never recovered from the loss and died 5 years later, friends said of a broken heart. Brian Matthews, 20, college student. Shot during a gas station robbery. He survived long enough to be transported to a hospital, but died during surgery. His parents established a scholarship in his name for criminal justice students. Michael Torres, 62, retired teacher. He was executed at a gas station for $90 and a watch. He had taught elementary school for 40 years and was beloved by former students. More than 500 people attended his funeral. Sandra Mills, 48, single mother of 2. She was killed on Christmas Day, though her body wasn't found until December 27th. Her 2 teenage children spent Christmas Day and the next day believing their mother had abandoned them, not knowing she was already dead. The guilt and trauma of that belief haunted both children for years. 9 lives ended for no reason, except that 4 teenagers wanted to make a name for themselves. 9 families destroyed during what should have been a season of celebration. 9 empty chairs at tables on future Christmases. The case remains one of the most violent juvenile crime sprees in American history. It sparked debates about juvenile justice, gang violence, poverty, lack of opportunity, and the factors that create young killers. But ultimately, no explanation can truly account for the casual brutality of 4 teenagers who spent 3 days killing strangers for small amounts of money and a sense of power. Detective Raymond Price, who led the investigation, retired in 2005 after 30 years in law enforcement. In his retirement interview, he spoke about the 1992 Christmas murders as the worst case of his career. They were kids, he said, 17, 16 years old, and they murdered 9 people like it was nothing, like lives had no value at all. I've investigated murders by adults, by career criminals, by people with diagnosed mental illness, but these 4 kids were different. They weren't insane. They weren't forced into it. They chose to do this because they thought it would make them important. 9 people died so 4 teenagers could feel like somebody. That's the horror of it. That's what I can't forget. 4 teens went out to kill on Christmas Eve, 1992. By December 27th, 9 people were dead. The teenagers are all still alive, imprisoned, living decades beyond the lives they stole. And every Christmas, 9 families gather with empty spaces at the table, remembering the loved ones who died during a 3-day reign of terror that shocked Louisiana and the nation. Story 9. A neighbor knocked on the door Christmas morning. 29 stab wounds later, no one heard the screams. Chapter 1. The Quiet Neighbor. Catherine Brennan was 31 years old on Christmas morning, 2003. She lived alone in a modest 2-bedroom house in a quiet residential neighborhood in Maple Valley, a suburb of Seattle, Washington. She was a 3rd-grade teacher at Maple Valley Elementary School, beloved by her students and respected by her colleagues. She was kind, organized, and intensely private, the sort of person who smiled at neighbors but kept her personal life carefully compartmentalized. Her house was on Evergreen Lane, a street lined with mature trees and well-maintained homes. Most of the families on the street had lived there for years. Everyone knew everyone, at least superficially. It was the kind of neighborhood where people waved from their yards, borrowed cups of sugar, and generally looked out for one another. Catherine had moved to the street 3 years earlier, in 2000. She kept her house neat, her yard tidy, and her interactions with neighbors pleasant but brief. She had decorated for Christmas in early December, a wreath on the door, lights along the roofline, a small tree visible through the living room window. Everything about her presentation suggested a normal, happy person enjoying the holiday season. Her next-door neighbor was Daniel Cross, a 34-year-old man who worked sporadically in construction and lived alone in a house he had inherited from his parents. Daniel had lived on Evergreen Lane his entire life. He was known in the neighborhood as odd but harmless, socially awkward, unemployed more often than employed, occasionally seen talking to himself in his yard. Most neighbors had learned to simply nod politely and avoid extended conversations. What most neighbors didn't know was that Daniel Cross had been obsessed with Catherine Brennan since the day she moved in. Chapter 2. The Obsession. Daniel's obsession with Catherine began innocently enough, or at least it appeared that way to him. He thought she was beautiful. He watched her come and go, noted her schedule, observed her habits. He convinced himself that these observations were normal neighborly awareness rather than surveillance. Over 3 years, the obsession deepened. Daniel began going through Catherine's trash, learning what she ate, what magazines she read, what mail she received. He noted when she had visitors, rare, and when she went on dates, even rarer. He convinced himself that her single status meant she was available, waiting for the right man to approach her. In the spring of 2002, Daniel worked up the courage to speak to Catherine beyond simple greetings. He approached her while she was gardening and asked if she needed help with her yard work. She politely declined, explaining she enjoyed doing her own gardening. He offered to help with other projects around her house. Again, she declined politely, but firmly. Daniel interpreted these rejections not as clear boundaries, but as challenges to overcome. He continued to watch her, continued to collect information about her life, continued to build an elaborate fantasy in his mind, where they would eventually be together. In August of 2003, Daniel's obsession escalated. He broke into Catherine's house while she was at work. He didn't steal anything, didn't vandalize anything. He simply walked through her home, touched her belongings, lay on her bed, absorbed her presence. He returned to his own house feeling closer to her, feeling that he now understood her better. He broke in 3 more times over the following months, always when she was away, always careful to leave no obvious trace. He took small items, a pen, a hair tie, a photograph, things she might not immediately miss. He kept these items in a box hidden in his closet, treasures that proved his connection to her. In November, Daniel decided it was time to make his feelings known. He left a note in Catherine's mailbox, unsigned, expressing admiration and desire to know her better. Catherine found the note unsettling and mentioned it to a colleague at school, but she didn't report it to police. Anonymous notes were strange, but not necessarily threatening. When Catherine didn't respond to the note, Daniel left another one, more explicit in its expressions of affection. Catherine began to feel genuinely concerned. She mentioned the notes to several neighbors, asking if anyone had seen anyone unusual around her house. No one had noticed anything. On December 15th, 2003, Daniel approached Catherine directly. She was getting out of her car after work. He walked over and told her that he had feelings for her, that he thought they should get to know each other better, that he believed they could have a future together. Catherine, startled and uncomfortable, told him clearly and firmly that she was not interested, that she appreciated his feelings but did not reciprocate them, and that she would prefer if he didn't approach her about this topic again. Daniel's face changed. The hopeful expression vanished, replaced by something dark and angry. He stared at her for a long moment, then turned and walked back to his house without saying anything. Catherine went inside, locked her doors, and called her sister Amanda in Portland. She explained what had happened, said she was worried about Daniel, said she was considering calling the police. Amanda urged her to file a report, but Catherine hesitated. She didn't want to escalate the situation if it could be resolved by simply being clear about boundaries. That night, Daniel sat in his house, rage building inside him. He had been patient. He had been respectful. He had waited 3 years, watching her, learning about her, preparing himself to be the perfect partner, and she had rejected him outright, dismissed him as if he meant nothing. In Daniel's distorted thinking, Catherine had betrayed him. She had led him on by living next door, by being visible, by existing in his orbit. Her rejection was not her right, but rather a personal attack. And attacks, in Daniel's mind, deserved retaliation. He began planning her murder. Chapter 3. Christmas morning. Most of the families on Evergreen Lane were celebrating Christmas at home on the morning of December 25th, 2003. The Sullivan family across the street had relatives visiting and were loudly preparing breakfast, children's voices carrying through the neighborhood. The Hendersons, 2 houses down, had traveled to California to visit family. The Martins next to them were hosting a large gathering that wouldn't start until afternoon. Catherine Brennan had spent Christmas Eve with her sister Amanda's family in Portland, then driven back to Maple Valley late that night, arriving home around 11 p.m. She planned to spend Christmas Day quietly at home, then drive back to Portland on December 26th for a delayed Christmas dinner. She woke around 8 o'clock on Christmas morning, made coffee, and settled on her couch to watch holiday movies and relax. She was still in her pajamas, flannel pants, and a long-sleeve shirt, comfortable and unguarded in her own home. Daniel Cross had been awake since dawn, watching Catherine's house from his bedroom window. He saw the lights come on, saw her moving around inside through the windows. He had spent the previous night drinking heavily, working himself into a state of rage and determination. He had selected a knife from his kitchen, a 10-inch blade, sharp and deadly. He had rehearsed in his mind what he would say, what he would do, how he would make her pay for rejecting him. At 9:15 a.m., Daniel walked across the 30 feet of lawn that separated his house from Catherine's. He was wearing jeans and a dark jacket. The knife was tucked into his belt, hidden under the jacket. He walked to her front door and knocked. Catherine, comfortable and unsuspecting on Christmas morning, went to the door. She looked through the peephole and saw Daniel standing on her porch. She hesitated, uncomfortable with the idea of opening the door to him after their awkward encounter 10 days earlier. But it was Christmas morning, he was a neighbor, and perhaps he wanted to apologize or simply wish her a Merry Christmas. She decided to be polite. She opened the door, keeping the chain lock engaged, and spoke through the gap. "Daniel, good morning. Can I help you? I need to use your phone," Daniel said. His voice was flat, emotionless. "Mine's not working." Catherine knew this was almost certainly a lie. Everyone had cell phones in 2003, but basic human kindness made her hesitate to simply shut the door. "I can call someone for you if you need," she started to say. Daniel kicked the door hard, snapping the chain lock and sending Catherine stumbling backward into her entryway. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him, pulling the knife from his belt. "You shouldn't have rejected me," he said quietly. "You shouldn't have done that." Catherine tried to run. She made it 3 steps toward the kitchen before Daniel caught her, grabbing her by the hair and pulling her backward. She screamed, one long, terrified scream, and then Daniel started stabbing. Chapter 4. The Murder. The medical examiner's report would later document 29 stab wounds on Catherine Brennan's body. The attack was frenzied, brutal, and sustained over several minutes. Daniel stabbed her in the chest, the back, the neck, the arms, the abdomen. She fought back, evidenced by defensive wounds on her hands and forearms where she tried to block the blade. But she was 5 feet 4 inches tall, 120 pounds, completely unprepared for violence. Daniel was 6 feet tall, 200 pounds, armed and consumed by rage. She died in her living room, bleeding out on the carpet near the Christmas tree she had decorated weeks earlier. Daniel stood over her body, breathing heavily, covered in her blood, the knife still in his hand. For several minutes, he simply stared at what he had done, his mind processing the transition from fantasy to reality. Then, methodically, he began to clean up. He went to Catherine's kitchen, found dish towels, and wiped blood off his hands and face. He took off his jacket, which was soaked with blood, and left it in Catherine's bathroom. He found a clean jacket in Catherine's closet, a blue windbreaker that was too small for him but would serve until he got home, and put it on. He walked through the house, checking to make sure he hadn't left obvious evidence. He took Catherine's purse, not because he wanted money, but because taking it might make the crime look like a robbery. He took her laptop from the living room for the same reason. Then he walked out the front door, crossed the lawn back to his house, went inside, and locked the door. The entire sequence, from knocking on Catherine's door to returning to his own house, had taken approximately 15 minutes. No one had seen him enter or leave. The Sullivans across the street had been in their kitchen, focused on their own celebration. Other neighbors were inside their homes, not looking out windows, not paying attention to the quiet street on Christmas morning, and no one had heard Catherine scream. The single scream she managed before Daniel started stabbing had been brief, quickly cut off, and muffled by the closed doors and insulated walls of the houses. The Sullivan family would later say they thought they might have heard something around 9:15 or 9:30, but they weren't sure. It might have been children playing, or a television, or nothing at all. They certainly hadn't thought it was a scream for help. Catherine Brennan died alone, violently, on Christmas morning, while her neighbors celebrated 20 yards away, completely unaware. Chapter 5. The Discovery. Catherine's body wasn't discovered until December 27th. Her sister Amanda had been trying to call her all day on December 26th, becoming increasingly concerned when Catherine didn't answer her phone or return messages. Catherine was supposed to drive to Portland that day for Christmas dinner with the family. When she didn't show up and didn't call, Amanda knew something was wrong. On the morning of December 27th, Amanda drove from Portland to Maple Valley, a 3-hour trip. She arrived at Catherine's house around 11 o'clock and found Catherine's car in the driveway, mail piling up in the mailbox, newspapers on the porch. She knocked on the door. No answer. She tried calling Catherine's phone again and could hear it ringing inside the house. Amanda called the Maple Valley Police Department and requested a welfare check. Officers arrived within 20 minutes. They knocked, announced themselves, received no response. With Amanda's permission as family member and given the concerning circumstances, they forced entry through the front door. They found Catherine's body immediately, lying on the living room floor in a massive pool of dried blood. She had been dead for more than 48 hours. The smell was overwhelming. The crime scene was obviously a homicide. The number of stab wounds, the defensive injuries, the signs of a violent struggle. Amanda was prevented from entering the house. She collapsed on the front lawn, screaming, when officers confirmed that Catherine was dead inside. Neighbors emerged from their houses, shocked and horrified. This was a safe neighborhood. Things like this didn't happen here. Detective Sandra Mills arrived to take charge of the investigation. She was a 15-year veteran of the Maple Valley Police Department, experienced in homicide investigation, but still shaken by the brutality of what she observed in Catherine's living room. The initial assessment suggested a crime of passion or rage rather than a calculated murder. The excessive number of stab wounds indicated a personal attack, someone who knew the victim and harbored intense anger toward her. The missing person laptop suggested a staged robbery, an attempt to mislead investigators. Detective Mills began interviewing neighbors. Most had been home on Christmas morning but had seen and heard nothing unusual. Several mentioned that Catherine had seemed worried in recent weeks, that she had mentioned receiving strange notes. A few mentioned Daniel Cross, the neighbor who lived alone and was a bit odd, though no one suggested he was violent or dangerous. When Detective Mills knocked on Daniel Cross's door on the afternoon of December 27th, he answered immediately. He appeared calm, cooperative, unsurprised to see police in the neighborhood. "Terrible thing about Catherine," he said. "Have you caught whoever did it?" Mills asked if she could ask him a few questions. He invited her inside. His house was cluttered and dirty, typical of someone living alone without much attention to housekeeping. Mills asked where he had been on Christmas morning. "Here," Daniel said. "I was alone. I don't really celebrate holidays." "Did you see or hear anything unusual that morning?" "No. I was asleep late, then watched television. I didn't even know anything had happened until I saw all the police cars yesterday." Mills asked if he knew Catherine well. Daniel said they were neighbors, exchanged greetings, but weren't particularly close. He seemed calm, answered questions easily, showed no obvious signs of deception or nervousness. But Detective Mills had good instincts, and something about Daniel Cross bothered her. She thanked him for his time and left, but she made a note to investigate him further. Chapter 6. The investigation. The forensic evidence from Catherine's house was processed over the following days. The murder weapon, the knife, was not found at the scene, suggesting the killer had taken it with them. Blood at the scene was all consistent with Catherine's type. There were no clear fingerprints, except Catherine's own, and some older prints that likely belonged to friends and family who had visited previously. The most promising evidence came from the blue windbreaker found in Catherine's closet. It didn't belong to her. It was too large, a men's medium. More importantly, it had a small blood stain on the inside collar. DNA testing would take weeks, but it suggested the killer had worn or handled this jacket. Detective Mills continued interviewing people who knew Catherine. Colleagues from school described her as dedicated and kind. Friends said she had been worried about a neighbor, specifically Daniel Cross, who had been acting strangely and had recently expressed romantic interest that she firmly rejected. Mills obtained a search warrant for Daniel Cross's house. On January 3, 2004, officers executed the warrant. They found Catherine's laptop hidden in Daniel's closet. They found items clearly taken from her house, small personal objects she likely hadn't noticed missing. They found the box of treasures Daniel had collected during his break-ins: photographs, a hairbrush, small jewelry items. Most damningly, they found Daniel's bloody jacket, the one he had removed in Catherine's house and left behind, hidden in a garbage bag in his basement. The blood on the jacket was later confirmed to be Catherine's. Daniel Cross was arrested on January 3rd and charged with first-degree murder. He initially denied involvement, but when confronted with the evidence, the laptop, the stolen items, the bloody jacket, he confessed. His confession was chilling in its matter-of-fact tone. He explained his obsession with Catherine, his belief that they should be together, his rage at her rejection. He described breaking into her house multiple times. He described planning her murder. He described the attack itself with disturbing detail, showing no remorse, only a sense of justification. "She should have given me a chance," he said during the interrogation. "If she had just been willing to get to know me, none of this would have happened. She brought it on herself." Chapter 7. Justice and Memory. Daniel Cross was tried for the murder of Catherine Brennan in October of 2004. The evidence was overwhelming. Forensic evidence, stolen property, his own confession, and testimony from neighbors about his obsessive behavior. The defense attempted to argue that Daniel suffered from mental illness, that his obsession was a symptom of untreated psychological disorder, that he should be found not guilty by reason of insanity. Psychiatric experts testified that Daniel exhibited traits of erotomania, a delusional belief that someone is in love with him, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. But the prosecution successfully argued that Daniel was legally sane. He had planned the murder, had taken steps to cover his tracks, had lied to police initially, and had shown clear understanding that what he was doing was wrong. He was not insane. He was narcissistic, entitled, and violent. The jury deliberated for 6 hours before returning a guilty verdict on charges of first-degree murder. During the sentencing phase, Amanda, Catherine's sister, gave a victim impact statement that left the courtroom in tears. "Catherine was the kindest person I knew," Amanda said. "She dedicated her life to teaching children, to making the world better. She lived alone because she valued her independence, not because she was waiting for someone like Daniel Cross to force himself into her life. She said no to him, clearly and firmly, and she had every right to do that. No one has the right to murder someone for rejecting them." Catherine died violently, terrified, alone, on Christmas morning while I was celebrating with my family, not knowing my sister was bleeding to death in her living room. Daniel Cross stole her life, stole her future, stole all the joy she would have brought to this world. And for what? Because she wouldn't date him? Because she had the audacity to say no? That's not love. That's evil. And I hope he spends the rest of his life in prison remembering what he did. Daniel Cross was sentenced to life in prison, without possibility of parole. He is currently incarcerated at Washington State Penitentiary. In interviews over the years, he has consistently maintained that Catherine provoked him by rejecting him, that he was the real victim of the situation. that his imprisonment is unjust. Catherine Brennan's house was sold in 2005. The new owners completely renovated it, replacing flooring and paint, trying to erase the memory of what happened there. The neighborhood on Evergreen Lane has changed over the years. Most of the original residents have moved away, unable to remain in a place where such a horror occurred in broad daylight on Christmas morning without anyone noticing. The case is studied in law enforcement training as an example of why domestic violence and stalking complaints must be taken seriously. Catherine had told people about Daniel's concerning behavior, but she hadn't filed an official report. She had tried to handle the situation herself, tried to be polite and avoid confrontation. That decision cost her her life. Victims of stalking often downplay the danger, said Dr. Rebecca Martinez, a psychologist specializing in stalking behavior who studied the case. They worry about overreacting, about seeming paranoid, about escalating the situation. Catherine did what many victims do. She tried to set boundaries politely and hope the problem would go away. But someone like Daniel Cross doesn't respect boundaries. He interprets rejection as betrayal, and betrayal in his mind deserves punishment. Catherine had no way of knowing how dangerous he was until it was too late. The case also highlights the horrifying reality that extreme violence can occur in residential neighborhoods on holiday mornings without anyone noticing. 29 stab wounds, a sustained attack lasting several minutes, a woman fighting for her life, and not one neighbor intervened. Not one person called police, because no one heard the screams. The Sullivan family across the street from Catherine's house moved away within 6 months of her murder. In interviews, they expressed profound guilt that they had been home, had possibly heard something, but hadn't investigated. "We were celebrating Christmas," Mrs. Sullivan said. "We were focused on our family, on having a happy morning. We never imagined our neighbor was being murdered 30 yards away. If we had just looked out the window, if we had just paid attention, maybe we could have saved her." But the reality is that suburban houses are insulated against sound. People are focused on their own lives, and a brief scream can be dismissed as nothing. Daniel Cross knew this when he planned the attack. He knew he could kill Catherine in her own home in the middle of the day, and likely no one would notice until it was far too late. Catherine Brennan was buried in Portland, Oregon, near her sister's home. Her grave is regularly visited by Amanda and by former students who remember her as a teacher who changed their lives. Every Christmas, Amanda visits the grave and leaves flowers, unable to separate the holiday from the memory of the day Catherine died. The case remains a stark reminder of the dangers of obsession, stalking, and the entitlement some people feel toward others. Daniel Cross decided that Catherine Brennan's purpose was to fulfill his desires, and when she refused, he decided she deserved to die. A neighbor knocked on the door Christmas morning, and 29 stab wounds later, Catherine was dead, and no one heard her screams for help. Story 10. A woman visited her mother-in-law on Christmas Eve 2014. Her husband confessed everything the next day. Chapter 1. The Christmas Eve visit. Sarah Patterson was 36 years old on December 24, 2014. She had been married to Marcus Patterson for 12 years, and their relationship had been deteriorating steadily for the past 2. Marcus, 39, worked in sales at an automotive dealership in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Sarah worked part-time as a medical records clerk. They had no children, a source of tension between them for years, particularly for Marcus, who had always wanted a large family. Marcus's mother, Dorothy Patterson, was 68 years old and lived alone in a small house in rural Pennsylvania, about 45 minutes outside Harrisburg. Dorothy was a widow. Marcus's father had died 6 years earlier, and she lived on Social Security and a modest pension. She was frail, suffering from diabetes and arthritis, and relied on Marcus for help with various tasks around her house and property. The relationship between Sarah and Dorothy had never been warm. Dorothy was critical of Sarah, openly disappointed that Sarah and Marcus hadn't had children, and frequently made comments suggesting that Sarah was inadequate as a wife. Sarah had learned to tolerate these comments for Marcus's sake, but over the years her visits to Dorothy's house had become less frequent. On the afternoon of December 24th, Marcus told Sarah that his mother had called and asked if Sarah could visit that evening to help her prepare for Christmas. Marcus himself, he explained, had to work late. There was a big end-of-year sale at the dealership, and management required all salespeople to be available until closing. "Can't it wait until tomorrow?" Sarah asked. "I was planning to cook for our Christmas dinner tonight. She specifically asked for you," Marcus said. "I think she's trying to reach out, trying to improve your relationship. It would mean a lot to her. And to me." Sarah was skeptical. Dorothy asking specifically for her seemed unlikely, but she agreed. She drove to Dorothy's house, arriving around 6:30 p.m. on Christmas Eve. The house was dark, except for a single light in the living room. Sarah knocked on the door. Dorothy answered, looking surprised to see Sarah. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Marcus said you asked me to come help you prepare for Christmas," Sarah said. Dorothy's expression was confused. "I didn't call Marcus. I haven't talked to him in 3 days." Sarah felt a chill of unease. "He said you specifically asked for me to visit tonight." "No," Dorothy said. "But since you're here, you might as well come in." Sarah entered the house, her mind racing. Why had Marcus lied about his mother calling? Why had he sent her here under false pretenses? She pulled out her cell phone to call Marcus but found she had no signal. Dorothy's house was in a rural area with spotty coverage, and Sarah had always had trouble getting reception there. "I can't get a signal," Sarah said. "Can I use your phone to call Marcus?" "It's in the kitchen," Dorothy said, walking toward the back of the house. Sarah followed her. The house was cold and poorly lit. Dorothy's health had been declining, and the house showed signs of neglect. Unwashed dishes in the sink, dust on surfaces, a general air of disrepair. Sarah used Dorothy's landline phone to call Marcus. No answer. She tried his cell phone. No answer. She left a message. "Marcus, I'm at your mother's house like you asked, but she says she never called. What's going on? Call me back." She hung up, troubled. Dorothy was making tea in the kitchen, moving slowly, clearly struggling with the simple task. "Let me help you," Sarah said, taking over the tea preparation. Despite their difficult relationship, Sarah wasn't cruel. She could see Dorothy was having a hard time, and whatever Marcus's motives for sending her here, she was here now, and might as well be helpful. They sat in the living room, drinking tea, making awkward conversation. Dorothy talked about her health problems, about her financial difficulties, about how lonely she had been since her husband died. Sarah listened, feeling an unexpected sympathy for the older woman. For the first time, she saw Dorothy not as the critical mother-in-law, but as an isolated, aging woman struggling to manage alone. Around 8 p.m., Sarah tried calling Marcus again. Still no answer. She was becoming genuinely concerned now. It wasn't like Marcus to be completely unreachable, and the lie about his mother calling was deeply strange. "I should probably head home," Sarah said. "Marcus isn't answering, and I don't understand why he sent me here." "Stay a little longer," Dorothy said. "It's been nice having company. I don't get many visitors." Sarah agreed to stay another 30 minutes. They continued talking, and Dorothy's demeanor softened. She even apologized for being critical over the years, said she knew she had been hard on Sarah, said she regretted causing tension in the marriage. Sarah left Dorothy's house around 8:30 p.m., hugged the older woman goodbye, and drove home feeling confused but oddly pleased that she and Dorothy had finally had a genuine conversation. She arrived home at 9:15 to find Marcus sitting in the living room, still dressed in his work clothes, staring at the wall. "Marcus," Sarah said, "why didn't you answer your phone? And why did you lie about your mother calling?" Marcus didn't respond. He just sat there, staring, his expression blank. "Marcus, you're scaring me. What's going on?" "I needed you out of the house," he said quietly. "I needed time to think." "Think about what?" He finally looked at her. His eyes were red, as if he had been crying. "I did something terrible, Sarah. Something unforgivable." Chapter 2. The Confession. Sarah sat down across from Marcus, her heart pounding. "What are you talking about? What did you do?" For several minutes, Marcus said nothing. Then slowly, he began to speak. "I've been having an affair," he said, "with a woman from work. Her name is Heather. It's been going on for 8 months." Sarah felt like the floor had dropped out from under her. She had suspected Marcus of being unfaithful. He had been distant, secretive about his phone, working late more often than seemed reasonable, but having her suspicions confirmed was still devastating. 8 months, she repeated numbly. "Who is she?" "She works in the finance department at the dealership. She's 29. We started connecting earlier this year. She was going through a divorce. I was unhappy at home, and it just happened." Sarah's shock was quickly turning to anger. "You sent me to your mother's house so you could be with this woman on Christmas Eve?" "No," Marcus said. "That's not why I sent you there." "Then why?" Marcus's face contorted with something that looked like guilt mixed with fear. "My mother found out about the affair. She discovered it 3 weeks ago. I don't know how. Maybe she overheard me on the phone. Maybe Heather called the house. But she knew, and she told me she was going to tell you. She said she wouldn't let me destroy my marriage with infidelity, that she was going to make sure you knew the truth. So she was actually going to do something decent for once," Sarah said bitterly. "I couldn't let her tell you," Marcus continued. His voice was flat now, emotionless. "I tried to convince her to keep quiet, but she refused. She said you deserved to know, that hiding it was worse than the affair itself. We argued about it repeatedly. She called me 2 days ago and said she was going to call you on Christmas Eve and tell you everything. She said it was time for the truth. Sarah was trying to process this information. So you sent me there tonight to—" "What? To hear it from her directly?" Marcus finally met her eyes. "No, I sent you there so you would find her body." The words hung in the air like poison. Sarah stared at her husband, trying to understand what he had just said. "What did you say?" "I killed her," Marcus said. "Yesterday afternoon. I went to her house and we argued and she wouldn't back down. She said she was calling you on Christmas Eve no matter what I said. So I stopped her." Sarah stood up abruptly, backing away from him. "You're lying. You're trying to shock me because you're upset about the affair. This isn't funny, Marcus." "I'm not lying," he said. "I killed my mother yesterday. I hit her with a fireplace poker until she stopped moving. Then I hid her body in the basement. I was going to leave her there and pretend she had gone somewhere for Christmas, but then I realized someone would find her eventually, and there would be questions. So I decided to send you there tonight. I thought if you found her, it would look like you discovered her after she fell, or had a medical emergency. But then I realized you'd see the injuries. You'd know it wasn't an accident. So I didn't follow through. I just let you visit, hoping you wouldn't go to the basement." Sarah's hands were shaking. She pulled her phone from her pocket. "I'm calling the police." "Go ahead," Marcus said. "I'm done running from this. I killed her. I need to confess." Sarah dialed 911 with trembling fingers. "I need police at my house immediately," she said when the dispatcher answered. "My husband just confessed to murdering his mother." Within 10 minutes, police cars filled the Patterson driveway. Chapter 3. The Discovery. Pennsylvania State Police and local Harrisburg officers responded to Sarah's call. They arrived to find Sarah outside the house, clearly in shock, and Marcus inside, sitting calmly on the couch, making no attempt to flee or resist. Detective Michael Torres took charge of the situation. He separated Sarah and Marcus, placing Marcus in handcuffs and securing him in a patrol car while other officers began interviewing Sarah and processing the house. Sarah told them everything: the affair confession, Marcus's claim that he had killed his mother, the strange request that she visit Dorothy on Christmas Eve, the lie about Dorothy calling. She gave them Dorothy's address. Officers were immediately dispatched to Dorothy Patterson's house. They arrived to find the house dark. No answer at the door. They forced entry and began searching. They found Dorothy's body in the basement, exactly where Marcus said it would be. Dorothy Patterson had been murdered with extreme violence. Her skull had been fractured in multiple places, consistent with being struck repeatedly with a heavy object. The murder weapon, a fireplace poker covered in blood and hair, was found in the basement near her body. She had been dead for approximately 24 to 36 hours, consistent with Marcus's claim that he killed her the day before Christmas Eve. Chapter 4. The Investigation. Marcus Patterson was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He waived his right to an attorney initially and gave a full confession to Detective Torres, explaining the entire sequence of events. According to Marcus, the affair with Heather Young had begun in April of 2014. Heather was 29, recently divorced, and working in the finance department at the dealership where Marcus was employed. They had started having lunch together, then meeting for drinks after work, then eventually sleeping together. Marcus had no intention of leaving Sarah. He wanted to maintain his marriage while also enjoying the affair. He saw no contradiction in this, no moral problem. He was simply taking what he wanted without consideration for the harm it caused. His mother, Dorothy, discovered the affair in late November. She had called Marcus's cell phone one evening when he was with Heather. Heather had answered the phone, not recognizing the number, and had a brief conversation with Dorothy before realizing her mistake and hanging up. Dorothy immediately knew something was wrong and confronted Marcus the next day. Marcus initially tried to deny the affair, but Dorothy wasn't fooled. She told him he had two choices: end the affair and confess to Sarah, or she would tell Sarah herself. Marcus begged her not to interfere, but Dorothy was adamant. She believed strongly in the sanctity of marriage and was disgusted by Marcus's infidelity. Over the following 3 weeks, Marcus tried multiple times to change his mother's mind. He promised to end the affair. He promised to work on his marriage. He offered her money, which she refused. Nothing worked. Dorothy remained firm. Sarah would be told the truth by Christmas. On December 23rd, Marcus went to his mother's house in the afternoon. He brought a bottle of wine, hoping to have a calm conversation and convince her one last time to keep quiet. But Dorothy wouldn't budge. She told Marcus she had already decided to call Sarah on Christmas Eve and reveal everything. "She deserves to know the truth," Dorothy said. "I raised you better than this. You're destroying your marriage with lies. I won't be part of it." Marcus's anger overwhelmed him. He grabbed the fireplace poker from beside the wood stove in Dorothy's living room and struck her with it. Once, twice, over and over. Dorothy tried to defend herself, tried to escape, but she was 68 years old and frail. She had no chance. When she was dead, Marcus dragged her body to the basement. He cleaned up the blood in the living room as best he could. He took Dorothy's purse and hid it in his car, thinking he could make it look like she had gone somewhere. He locked up her house and drove home, arriving there at approximately 6 p.m. on December 23rd. For the rest of that evening and the following day, Christmas Eve, Marcus tried to figure out what to do. He considered leaving Dorothy's body in the basement and pretending she had gone to visit relatives, but Dorothy had no relatives nearby who she would visit. He considered staging a break-in and robbery, but there was no sign of forced entry, and the murder weapon was from Dorothy's own house. Finally, he decided to send Sarah to the house on Christmas Eve under false pretenses. His initial plan was to have Sarah discover the body and call police, creating a scenario where someone else found Dorothy, and Marcus would appear as shocked and grieving as everyone else. But even as he executed this plan, he realized it wouldn't work. Sarah would know the visit made no sense, would question why Marcus had sent her there, would potentially suspect him. By the time Sarah returned home on Christmas Eve, Marcus had decided to confess. He couldn't maintain the lie, couldn't live with the guilt, and saw no path forward except to admit what he had done. Chapter 5. The Trial. The prosecution's case against Marcus Patterson was straightforward and overwhelming. Marcus had confessed immediately. His confession was supported by physical evidence: the murder weapon with his fingerprints, blood evidence, the timeline of events, and his own admission of motive. The murder had been premeditated. He had gone to his mother's house with the intention of stopping her from revealing his affair, had brought wine to lower her guard, and had committed the murder when she refused to cooperate. The defense attempted to argue that the murder was not premeditated, but rather a crime of passion committed in the heat of argument. They portrayed Marcus as a man under extreme stress who had snapped in a moment of rage. They argued for a lesser charge of voluntary manslaughter rather than first-degree murder. but the prosecution successfully demonstrated premeditation. Marcus had gone to his mother's house specifically to prevent her from revealing his secret. He had brought a bottle of wine to create a friendly atmosphere. When she refused to cooperate, he killed her. This was not a sudden loss of control, but rather a calculated decision to eliminate someone who threatened his comfortable life. The affair with Heather Young was extensively documented during the trial. Heather testified, clearly uncomfortable and regretful about her role in the events. She said she had not known that Marcus's mother knew about the affair, had not known Marcus was planning anything violent, and was horrified when she learned what he had done. Sarah Patterson also testified. She described the strange request to visit Dorothy on Christmas Eve, the discovery that Dorothy hadn't actually called, and Marcus's confession when she returned home. She testified that Marcus had shown no real remorse, only concern about being caught. He didn't cry about killing his mother, Sarah said during her testimony. He cried about what would happen to him. He was sorry he would go to prison, but he never expressed grief about Dorothy. It was all about him. The prosecution also revealed that Marcus had been financially exploiting his mother for years. Bank records showed that Marcus had power of attorney over Dorothy's accounts and had been systematically withdrawing money, small amounts, never enough to draw attention, but over time totaling more than $50,000. Dorothy had discovered this theft around the same time she discovered the affair, and this was another reason she had decided to tell Sarah the truth. Marcus Patterson murdered his mother for 2 reasons, the prosecutor argued in closing statements. First, to prevent her from revealing his infidelity to his wife. Second, to prevent her from revealing his theft of her savings. Dorothy Patterson knew her son was a liar, a cheat, and a thief, and when she tried to hold him accountable, he killed her. The jury deliberated for 11 hours before returning a verdict. Guilty of first-degree murder. Chapter 6. Sentencing and Aftermath. Marcus Patterson was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. During the sentencing hearing, Sarah Patterson gave a victim impact statement on behalf of Dorothy. Dorothy wasn't perfect, Sarah said. She could be critical and difficult, but she was also principled. She believed in honesty and integrity. When she discovered that Marcus was betraying our marriage and stealing her money, she could have stayed quiet. She could have protected her son at the expense of truth, but she chose to do the right thing, and Marcus killed her for it. I'll live the rest of my life knowing that Dorothy died trying to help me, trying to make sure I knew the truth about my marriage. I'll live knowing that Marcus used me as part of his plan, sent me to his mother's house as an unwitting participant in his cover-up. I'll live knowing I was in that house just hours after he murdered her, drinking tea and talking, while her body was in the basement below us. Marcus destroyed 2 lives on December 23, 2014. He killed his mother, and he destroyed any chance of me ever trusting anyone again. I hope he spends the rest of his life in prison thinking about what he did, about the woman who gave him life, and whom he murdered to protect his secrets. Marcus was given an opportunity to speak before sentencing. He declined to make a statement. Sarah Patterson divorced Marcus in 2015. She moved out of Harrisburg, changed her name back to her maiden name, and attempted to rebuild her life. In interviews years later, she spoke about the trauma of that Christmas, about the horror of discovering that her husband had murdered his own mother, and then sent her to the house as part of a cover-up scheme. I replay that visit constantly, she said. I sat in Dorothy's living room, drinking tea, having the best conversation we'd ever had. She apologized to me for being critical over the years. We actually connected as human beings for the first time, and the whole time, she was already dead in the basement. Marcus had killed her the day before. If I had just gone down to the basement for any reason, I would have found her, but I didn't. I sat upstairs, completely unaware that I was sitting above a crime scene. Heather Young, the woman Marcus had been having an affair with, also suffered consequences. Though she had no legal culpability in Dorothy's murder, her involvement in the affair became public during the trial. She lost her job at the dealership, struggled to find new employment, and eventually moved to another state to escape the notoriety. Dorothy Patterson was buried beside her husband in a cemetery in rural Pennsylvania. Her funeral was attended by dozens of people from her community. Sarah spoke at the funeral, honoring the mother-in-law she had finally begun to understand and appreciate in the last hours of Dorothy's life. The house where Dorothy was murdered was sold by her estate. The proceeds, after legal fees, went to a charity Dorothy had supported. Marcus inherited nothing. Pennsylvania law prevents convicted murderers from inheriting from their victims. Chapter 7. The Horror of Betrayal. The horror of this case extends beyond the murder itself. Dorothy Patterson was killed by her own son, the child she had raised, because she tried to hold him accountable for his actions. Marcus valued his comfort, his secrets, and his extramarital relationship more than he valued his mother's life. The additional horror is the calculated way Marcus attempted to use his wife as an unwitting accomplice. He sent Sarah to Dorothy's house on Christmas Eve, lying about the reason, creating a scenario where Sarah might discover the body and become part of the narrative Marcus was constructing. He didn't consider Sarah's trauma, didn't consider the psychological impact of finding a murdered body, didn't consider anything except his own needs. When that plan seemed unworkable, Marcus simply confessed, not out of genuine remorse, but because he couldn't figure out another way forward. His confession on Christmas Day was strategic, an attempt to control the narrative and potentially earn consideration for cooperating with authorities. The case is studied in forensic psychology as an example of narcissistic personality disorder and family violence. Marcus Patterson exhibited classic traits: grandiose sense of entitlement, lack of empathy, willingness to exploit others, rage when challenged, an inability to accept responsibility for his actions. Marcus felt entitled to have an affair and entitled to steal from his mother, said Dr. Jonathan Pierce, a forensic psychologist who evaluated Marcus after his arrest. When Dorothy threatened those entitlements by insisting on honesty, Marcus eliminated the threat. In his worldview, his needs were paramount. His mother's life, his wife's well-being, basic moral principles, none of that mattered compared to what he wanted. The case also highlights the dangers of financial exploitation of elderly family members. Dorothy had given Marcus power of attorney, trusting him to manage her affairs as her health declined. He used that trust to steal from her systematically. When she discovered the theft, she had limited options for recourse. Reporting her own son to police would have been devastating. Instead, she simply insisted he confess to Sarah and end the affair. Even that minimal accountability was too much for Marcus to accept. For Sarah Patterson, the trauma of December 24th and 25th, 2014, will never fully heal. She visited her mother-in-law on Christmas Eve, had a pleasant conversation, and drove home not knowing she had been sitting above a corpse. She celebrated Christmas morning, and then heard her husband confess to murder. Her entire understanding of her marriage, her family, and her reality collapsed in the span of 12 hours. "People ask me if there were signs," Sarah said in an interview 5 years after the murder. "They want to know if Marcus showed warning signs, if I should have known he was capable of this. The truth is, I knew he was selfish. I knew he was willing to lie and cheat. But knowing someone is selfish and knowing they're capable of murdering their own mother are vastly different things." Marcus compartmentalized his life perfectly. He was charming to co-workers, attentive to his girlfriend, and superficially caring toward me and Dorothy. The violence was always there, hidden underneath, but none of us saw it until it was too late. Marcus Patterson remains incarcerated at State Correctional Institution at Graterford in Pennsylvania. He will spend the rest of his life in prison for killing the woman who gave him life, all to protect a secret that would have been revealed anyway, and to hide theft that would have been discovered regardless. Dorothy Patterson died because she believed in truth and accountability. Sarah Patterson was traumatized because she was unknowingly used as a pawn in her husband's murder scheme, and it all unfolded over Christmas, the holiday meant to celebrate family, love, and togetherness. A woman visited her mother-in-law on Christmas Eve 2014. Her husband confessed everything the next day, confessed to infidelity, to theft, and to murder. 9 people didn't die, but 1 did, and the emotional and psychological casualties extended far beyond Dorothy Patterson herself. The case stands as a reminder that the greatest threats sometimes come from those closest to us, wearing familiar faces and hiding monstrous intentions behind expressions of love.